All right, I think the clock is fast, but we'll go ahead and start. All right, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Can we start with the roll call, please? Thank you. I will.
Yes, Mayor Bagley.
Here.
Council members Christensen. Here. Finley. Here. Martin. Here. Peck. Here. Rodriguez. Here. Mayor Bagley, we have a quorum.
All right, great. Just to remind anybody, we're going to have a first call, public invited to be heard. Your name needs to be on that list if you want to have your 3 minutes before the meeting. It's okay if it doesn't get on the list, but you'll have to wait until the end of tonight's meeting if you don't actually sign up before we finish with the list. All right, let's go ahead and have the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, do we have a motion to approve? Actually, we don't need to approve any minutes, do we? All right, any agenda revisions, submission of documents, or motions to direct city staff to do anything that we want to do in the future? All right,
Mayor Bagley? Well,
yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted everyone to know that there was a late document sent out to council. It was the presentation that will be made for the affordable housing later on. It was posted to the website, but not until today.
Okay, thank you, Valerie. All right, city manager, do we have a report?
No report, Mayor, Council.
All right, great. Then let's go ahead and get on to a big welcome to our newest member of City Council. We're excited to have Tim Waters with us tonight, and he shall be with us every night hereafter for the next 20 months. And so why don't we go ahead and invite him to come up, and Valerie, our city clerk, will administer the oath of office, and he can join us up here. And we will be at full strength for the first time in 3.5 months.
I, Tim Waters, do solemnly swear that I will uphold the constitutions of the United States and the state of Colorado, and the charter and ordinances of the city of Longmont, and I will faithfully perform the duties of the office of Council Member Ward 1 to the best of my ability.
All right. Welcome, Councilmember Waters.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley.
It's only you tonight. Do you want to take a few minutes to say anything before we get going?
We have a long agenda, so
Wise man. All right. You know what? Isn't he awesome? Yes, indeed. All right, let's go ahead. Let's move on to the Longmont Economic Development Partnership Annual Report Update with Jessica Erickson.
Is that better? Thank you, Mayor Bagley and council members, and congratulations, Councilman Waters. I look forward to working with you. I guess I'll pull up my presentation. I'll remind you all that I was originally scheduled to present a Q4 presentation a couple of weeks ago. I do apologize for not making it that evening. We had a sick child with the flu at home, so appreciate your understanding of that. What it also benefited us was we were able to, or how it also benefited us was we were able to finalize our 2017 annual report. So rather than my normal quarterly report, I'll be presenting to you this evening the 2017 annual report for the Longmont Economic Development Partnership. To remind you all, and for those of you that might not be as familiar, the mission of the Longmont Economic Development Partnership is to lead a comprehensive, collaborative economic development strategy to promote and strengthen our community's economic health. We do that by focusing on 4 core service areas. Those are Advance Longmont, which is the comprehensive collaborative economic development strategy we mentioned in our mission, as well as advancing the different sectors of our local economy, including our local business sector, our primary industry sector, and our entrepreneurial and startup sectors. Because we have a couple of new council members and relatively new council members, I did want to start by mentioning or reminding everyone of what the Advanced Longmont Strategy is and what it provides us as a community. There are really three key things that the Advanced Longmont Strategy provides for us. One of those is a vision for economic development for our community, which is situated at the intersection of high tech and manufacturing. Longmont exemplifies the best of the Front Range, offering a high quality of life, skilled workforce, and business-friendly climate while remaining affordable and welcoming. The Advanced Longmont Strategy also gives us the targeted industries where we focus our resources in terms of attraction, retention, and expansion of industry. And I think the most important thing that the Advanced Longmont Strategy provides us is the collaborative Advanced Longmont Partners Group. This is a group of 13 organizations, public sector and nonprofit in the community that are actively collaborating to implement the Advanced Longmont Strategy and support a healthy economy here in the city of Longmont. The strategy focuses on a variety of areas that are listed up here, including marketing the community for purposes of economic development, business climate, education and workforce development, entrepreneurship and innovation, real estate and infrastructure, and quality of life. I'll go into those areas in a little more detail in my following slides. The first area of focus for the Advanced Longmont Strategy is business climate, with a goal of having a premier business climate for our targeted industries. As a result of the work of the Advanced Longmont Strategy, at the end of 2017, we had just under 55,000 jobs in the city of Longmont. Consider the fact that there are 93,000 people in the city of Longmont and nearly 55,000 jobs here. We saw from 2016 to 2017 about 1% job growth. This is in comparison to 1% job growth in all of Boulder County, 1.2% in Colorado, and less than 1% in the US. This is net job growth. This is the number of jobs added minus the number of jobs lost in each of those areas. When we look at the 5-year job growth, starting from when the Advanced Longmont Strategy was first adopted, City of Longmont has seen 9.4% job growth over those 5 years. This is across all sectors. That's in comparison to 8% in Boulder County, just over 10% in Colorado, and just over 6% in the nation. We also look at annual employment growth. Different from job growth, annual employment growth is the number of people that are now employed within the community. From 2016 to 2017, we saw just over 5% annual employment growth. Since 2013, we have been outpacing the region and the nation, as well as the state, which I'm not sure why isn't included on here, in overall employment growth. Again, the number of people in our community that have jobs. We ended 2017 with an unemployment rate of about 2.7%. This is, by anyone's definition, full employment. We also saw an increase in average annual wages. These are wages being paid by jobs within the city of Longmont, not wages being earned by Longmont residents. In 2013, when the Advanced Longmont Strategy was first adopted, average annual wages were $48,900. At the end of 2017, average annual wages were just over $51,000 a year.
That's per job, not a family of 4, but that's per job.
Right, so that is wages being paid by jobs here in Longmont, not earnings of residents that live here in Longmont. Although earnings of residents, average earnings are very similar to average wages being paid. Gross regional product is the local version of GDP. This is the total economy of the city of Longmont. The city of Longmont has a $5 billion economy. From 2015 to 2016, most recent data is 2016, we saw nearly 0.25% GRP growth in the city of Longmont. City of Longmont now makes up just over 20% of the total Boulder County economy. Sorry, this took me about a half an hour to present the other day. Understanding the length of your agenda, I'm going through it a little bit more quickly than I did the other day, but please feel free to stop me and ask me questions as I go along, or tell me to slow down if I'm going a little too fast. One of the things that I wanted to talk about relative to business climate and the work of the Longmont Economic Development Partnership and the Advanced Longmont Partnership is our designation of a North Metro Enterprise Zone here in the city of Longmont. This was a collaborative effort of the Longmont EDP, City of Longmont, Longmont Downtown Development Authority, and several of our other Advanced Longmont partners. In 2017, nearly 200 businesses were able to pre-certify for Enterprise Zone businesses in the North Metro Enterprise Zone. The North Metro Enterprise Zone is comprised of portions of Longmont, Louisville, and Broomfield. We also partnered with those communities to create a successful application for Enterprise Zone designation. The majority of those 191 businesses, over 100 of those that were pre-certified in 2017, were in the city of Longmont of those 3 communities. So far, 36 of those businesses have certified and actually used those tax credits on their tax returns this year, reflecting $643,000 in total Enterprise Zone tax credits claimed. That's an average of $18,000 in tax credits. These are credits against state of Colorado income tax liability per business that has so far utilized those tax credits in the Enterprise Zone. Those businesses have invested approximately $29 million in our community and capital investment, created 242 net new jobs within the Enterprise Zone area, trained 145 employees, and invested $4 million in R&D within our community. We've also had the opportunity with the Enterprise Zone designation to designate 6 Enterprise Zone contribution projects. These are organizations or projects that are contributing to economic development and economic health within the Enterprise Zone area. Those organizations are the Longmont Economic Development Partnership, Tinkermill, a project with the City of Lafayette, Our Center, the Pearl Group, and development of the new Clinica campus in the City of Lafayette. What the Enterprise Zone Contribution Project designation does for these organizations is it allows us to offer a 25% tax credit on financial contributions to our organizations, helping to incentivize and encourage contributions to these organizations that are doing the important work of supporting economic development within our community. The second area of focus for the Advanced Longmont strategy is entrepreneurship and innovation. The goal in Advanced Longmont relative to entrepreneurship and innovation is that Longmont is an ideal home for startups at all stages of development and recognized as a national center for innovation. One of the metrics that we track to determine our success relative to this goal is innovation via the issuance of patents per 10,000 in our community. The City of Longmont is second only to Boulder in the state of Colorado in terms of issuance of patents per 10,000 people. What's most impressive about this for our community is that we do not have a university here. We do not have a federal laboratory here. We have innovative companies, innovative entrepreneurs that are inventing new things constantly. You can see the list of top 10 patented inventions here. And when you consider our Advanced Longmont targeted industries, this helps to understand why we target those industries, because those are the industries that are creating the most innovation within our community. So you'll see a number of medical device and bioscience related innovations, as well as advanced technology and IT innovations on that list. We also look at the percentage of residents over 16 that are self-employed. These are the entrepreneurs in our community. Unfortunately, this information is not available at a city or a zip code level, so we look at Boulder County as a whole. Boulder County, you can see, has a significantly higher percentage of residents over the age of 16 who are self-employed than any other part of the region, the state, or the country. We also look at growth of businesses under 10 employees. Again, these businesses are indicative of our entrepreneurial businesses. Boulder County regularly has a higher rate of growth of businesses with under 10 employees. The next area of focus for the Advanced Longmont strategy is education and workforce development, with a goal to be home to a diverse and talented workforce, including skilled manufacturing workers and well-educated young professionals. One of the things that Longmont EDP does on an every other year basis is we do a primary research project of labor migration study. We actually contact every single primary industry employer in the community and have them help us determine where the employees that work for them are coming from, are commuting from to get to work every day. When we last did this study in 2014, you can see that about 28% of employees that worked in Longmont also lived in Longmont. We did this study most recently in 2017, and as of 2017, over 51% of the people that work in Longmont also live in Longmont. We've heard from you and we've heard from others that one of the goals of economic development in our community is to provide an environment where anybody who lives here and also wants to work here has the opportunity to do so. And you can see we've made significant progress since 2014 in achieving that goal. I don't think it will come as any surprise to anyone here that Boulder County has a very highly educated workforce. This is one of the greatest appeals for economic development for our community and for our region. Boulder County, in fact, has the most highly educated workforce of any county in the nation. The next area of focus for the Advanced Longmont strategy is real estate and infrastructure. The goal here is to offer a competitive mix of real estate, buildings, and infrastructure for our targeted industry businesses and our residents. When we look at commercial real estate trends over the last several years, you'll note that as of today, we have about a 10% vacancy rate in our office industrial properties, those properties we consider to be primary industry opportunities. In fact, though, over half of that vacancy is represented by one facility, the former Seagate Mac store facility that was recently acquired by Bro Real Estate. We're looking forward to the opportunities that they'll bring to backfill or redevelop that site. However, if we don't consider that single property that makes up over half of our office and industrial vacancy, we have less than a 5% office and industrial vacancy rate here in Longmont. So you can see in a little bit more detail, total office and industrial space in the city of Longmont is just over 8.4 million square feet. As of the end of the year in 2016, you can see it, the light green, about 7.6 million of that was occupied. In 2017, we saw the absorption of nearly 100,000 square feet of that, leaving 887,000 square feet vacant. Again, 460,000 of that is represented by the Mac Store Seagate facility. And I don't have to tell any of you that we have some of the lowest utility rates, electric rates within the country, certainly within the state of Colorado, as represented by this graph. Our final goal not our final goal, I did this last time too. Our next area of focus for the Advanced Longmont strategy is quality of life. The economic development goal for quality of life is to have a highly attractive quality of life and diverse community with a thriving arts, culinary, and entertainment culture. One of the things we track, of course, is cost of living. Cost of living contributes to quality of life. We no longer talk about absolute cost of living, absolute affordability when we talk about cost of living. If we're working with companies that are coming out of the Midwest, out of the South, or several other regions within the country, Colorado is not affordable. Boulder County is not affordable. However, for those businesses that are interested in relocating or expanding into this region, into Colorado, Longmont still represents the most affordable place to do that. Similarly, when we talk about median home values, and you'll be addressing this later today, when we talk about median home values, we have a median home value of close to $400,000. This, when you talk to companies from other parts of the country, is not considered affordable. However, relative to the rest of the region and to the rest of the state, specifically in the Boulder County region, as far as home prices go, Longmont still remains the most affordable opportunity. Now, our final goal for the Advanced Longmont strategy is related to marketing. Our goal here is that Longmont be recognized locally, nationally, and globally as a premier business location. Part of the job of the Longmont Economic Development Partnership is to travel the country and to tell our story, the Longmont story, to businesses, to investors, to site selectors, to everyone we can get in front of across the country. So you can see up here where we traveled in 2017 to tell the Longmont story. We spent a significant amount of time within the region. One of the ways that we can be successful is to create ambassadors for Longmont and an understanding of the value of Longmont relative to the Metro Denver and Boulder County regions within the rest of our region. So when we work with our partners at the Metro Denver Economic Development Corporation, at the State Office of Economic Development, and other regional partners, it's top of mind for them when they're working with businesses that they consider Longmont as a premier business location. We've spent a lot of time over the last couple of years increasing and improving our digital presence, our online presence, through social media and digital communications. Our digital communications through email are now very targeted to specific audiences, providing them with the information that makes sense for them to see and to help them make decisions to locate, expand, and connect with resources here in Longmont, resulting in a nearly 33% average open rate. Doesn't sound like a very big number. However, industry standard in economic development and in nonprofit organizations typically ranges from 19 to 22%. Again, one of our focuses is on gaining recognition for Longmont, not just here locally, but across the region, across the state, and across the country as a premier business location. So you can see when we look at our social media following that we've successfully increased our following here locally as well as in the state, and are starting to make some progress outside of Colorado and outside of the US in terms of social media following. The second graph is just one that I found to be interesting. The most significant percentage of followers of ours on social media are women, and that's both on Twitter and Facebook. I don't know if women use social media more or why that is, but our most significant following is women. One of the other things that we try to do as frequently as possible is bring people to our community. I think being here, experiencing the community, seeing and feeling what's happening here relative to entrepreneurship, to innovation, to culture, to creativity is the best way for us to attract new investment and new businesses to our community. And so we host a variety of events, tours, and really any opportunity that we can to bring people here to see what's happening here in our community. So that's our Advanced Longmont, one of our 4 core service areas being Advanced Longmont. The next core service area that we focus on as an organization is advancing our primary industry base. The Longmont Economic Development Partnership's 2017 goal for advancing our primary industry was to encourage the relocation, expansion, and retention of primary businesses and jobs in Longmont through targeted marketing and outreach efforts. This slide represents the impact of the work of the Longmont Economic Development Partnership. This is not absolute job creation. This is job creation that came to our community as a direct result of the Economic Development Partnership. And when I say the Economic Development Partnership, I don't just mean me and my staff and my board of directors, but you all who invest in our organization, as well as all of our private sector investors and partners that help to engage in the work that we do. So of the projects that Longmont Economic Development Partnership directly worked with, 127 new jobs were created by new primary employers in our community in 2017, and 45 created by expansions of our existing primary employers. We've also had the announcement of an additional 620 new primary jobs that we expect to come to our community over the next couple of years, and another 112 jobs pending announcement. These are projects that we know that we've won, but just aren't ready to announce yet. Based on our project pipeline, at the end of the year, an additional 780 new jobs had the potential to come to Longmont if we win all of those projects. We like to think we're going to win all of our projects. Of course, the biggest announcement in economic development in the city of Longmont in 2017 was the J.M. Smucker Company's announcement that they would be building a brand new $340 million manufacturing facility here to make their Smucker's Uncrustable product, ultimately having the potential to bring 500 new, well-paying jobs to our community. I get asked the question a lot about what types of jobs these are. These are industrial machining, industrial maintenance, skilled positions that pay above the local and regional average wage within Weld County and the city of Longmont. At the end of the year, the Longmont Economic Development Partnership had worked with 65 total primary industry prospects for attraction or expansion of existing industry, attraction of new or expansion of existing industry. Of those 65, 54 came in new in 2017. I point that out only to say that a prospect that we work with, we can work with for multiple years. We have projects that just announced that I started working with my first week on the job in 2015. And sometimes we work with them for a matter of weeks before they announce. At the bottom, you'll see our prospect lead sources, and you'll see that the number 49% direct company inquiry is highlighted. This is because this is the most effective way for us to successfully win primary industry prospects. If we are their first point of contact, if we have the first opportunity to influence their decision, rather than them coming through some other funnel or filter, that's when we have the best opportunity to win those prospects. It's only been in recent years that the highest percentage of prospects coming to this community, primary industry prospect opportunities coming to this community, have been a result of direct inquiry to the Longmont Economic Development Partnership. In the past, we've been highly dependent on other sources for those opportunities. And certainly we appreciate, and you can see about half of our opportunities come from those other sources, but we are no longer solely dependent on other sources to create or bring opportunities to our community. The top 5 job creating projects in 2017, these are not projects that were announced. Obviously, the Smucker's project is the top announced project in 2017, but these are actual new jobs that exist here today as of 2017 that we worked on as an organization. Those include the expansion of BC Services and their new facility here in Longmont, Malvern Panalytical that relocated here in 2017, Mobile Canning Systems, a small business founded right here in Longmont that experienced significant expansion in 2017 and significant job creation in 2017. Wyland continues to, year over year, increase their jobs here in Longmont, and a company called Continental Control Systems that relocated here and established a new facility here in 2017. Our next area of focus as an organization is in advancing our local business sector. Our local business sector are those locally serving businesses, our CPAs, our attorneys, our retail, our restaurants. Historically, prior to the adoption of the Advanced Longmont Strategy, economic development in Longmont, and specifically the Economic Development Organization in Longmont, focused exclusively on primary industry development. This is not an effective way to create economic development and economic health within a community. If you do not have a strong local business sector, you cannot attract a strong primary industry sector. And so you'll notice the goal for advancing local business for the Longmont Economic Development Partnership, because we had not historically focused on this sector of our economy, was to better understand the needs of that sector of our economy so that we could add and bring new resources to help those businesses be successful within our community. So in 2017, Longmont Economic Development Partnership staff met with 72 local businesses to connect them with the resources that they needed to be successful and to grow here within the city of Longmont. These interactions resulted in $2.7 million in small business lending from the city of Longmont and Guarantee and Colorado Enterprise Fund backed small business loan pool, the awarding of $3,000 in Shallot Group Destination Bootcamp scholarships supporting local businesses' ability to become destination businesses, attracting new customers and clientele from across the region, across the state, and sometimes across the country. We, in partnership with the Longmont Downtown Development Authority, awarded $37,500 in retail conversion grants. Over $9,000 in small business startup grants were awarded as well. We also partnered with the SBDC to provide 204 Longmont businesses with 830 hours of free consulting. Our partnership with the SBDC also allowed us to provide a number of workshops throughout the year, giving 159 attendees and an average of 16 people per workshop the opportunity to, for free, learn about things like starting up a business, growing a business, developing a business plan, taxes, and a variety of other topics of interest and of need for these businesses to be successful. Our final core service area as an organization is in advancing our startup community. Our goal relative to our startup community is to advance regional and national recognition of Longmont's growing startup community, to attract new resources and partnerships to support the continued growth in this sector of Longmont's economy, and our ability to retain our startup businesses as they scale and grow. The idea here is to start them here, grow them here, so they become viable job-creating businesses in our community. Longmont EDP's most significant contribution to advancing our startup community in 2017 was that we took over the administration and management of Longmont Startup Week. It had grown beyond the capacity of the previous organization, Startup Longmont, to be able to manage. Longmont EDP, recognizing the importance of this week to our community, to our startup community specifically, agreed to take on the management of this. I would like to say we took on the management. We did not create Longmont Startup Week. We did not execute Longmont Startup Week. This was truly a for the community, by the community effort to support entrepreneurs and our startup community here in Longmont. As a result of that collaboration, we were able to host over 70 events throughout a single week to bring resources, information, ideas, collaboration, and connections to our startups and to our entrepreneurial community here. We had over 100 experts, both locally and from across the country, come to address our startup community, providing them with resources and information, and had over 20 mentors participate in the week, providing free one-on-one mentorship and consulting to startups within our community. As a result of the collaborative effort of the Longmont EDP and the partners that participated in executing Longmont Startup Week, we saw a significant increase in the number of attendees and the number of attendees per session. This is important because part of the goal of the Advanced Longmont Strategy, as well as of the Longmont Economic Development Partnership relative to our startup community, is to put Longmont on the map as a national hub for innovation and entrepreneurship. So the more people that we can bring here to see what's happening here, again, the more successful we will be in achieving that goal. So we also looked at recognition that we had through both traditional and social media. During Longmont Startup Week, we saw over 30 local, regional, and in some cases national online publication headlines about Longmont Startup Week, earning us over $20,000 in earned media value. This is free media for our community and for our startup community. We saw triple digits and in some cases quintuple digit increases in our total reach and activity on social media on both Facebook and Twitter. Again, helping to bring recognition, following, and understanding of the startup and entrepreneurial community that exists here in Longmont. At the end of the day, this is my favorite slide. These are the businesses that, because of the work of the Longmont Economic Development Partnership, our partners and our investors, and of course you, were able to grow here, relocate here, be successful here, expand here, create new jobs here. This is why we do what we do, and I look forward to answering any questions.
I don't see anybody in the queue, but just on behalf of council, we want to say thank you. And, oh, Councilmember Waters, he's in the queue.
There, thank you. I got a lesson on that earlier today. Being the newbie here,
Sure.
My questions may be naive, so bear with me.
Absolutely.
There's lots of great data, very impressive, but I do have a couple questions. in listening to this, are there filters you were hoping we would have, or some expectations that you would have for what we would do with the data?
Expectations that I have of what you would do with the data.
Yeah.
I think generally when we present this information to anyone, it's partly in an effort to help create ambassadors for economic development for the city of Longmont. The more people that we have that understand the economy here in Longmont, the benefits of locating here in Longmont, of creating jobs and having a business here in Longmont, actually living, working, and running a business here in Longmont, the more people that we have that understand that and can help us communicate that on a broader scale, the more success that we can have as a community relative to economic development.
So it's knowledge development and then championing.
Yes,
these efforts.
absolutely.
So just the other question would be, as I said, great data, very impressive. As I look at it in my head, I wonder, do you have specific performance targets in each of those areas where you're kind of knocking it out of the park? Are you exceeding performance targets, what your targets were for 2017, or areas where you've learned something and you're going to use what you've learned to improve performance this year? I mean, how do you determine whether or not you've nailed it across the board without performance targets to go with that?
Sure. And the Advanced Longmont strategy does provide some performance targets. The challenge in an economy like this is capacity. We have limited capacity relative to real estate. We have limited capacity relative to our labor force. So to suggest that we want to support the creation of or attract a certain number of new jobs here, we really have to think about the impacts to the existing industry here. That's why we focus on net new job creation rather than job creation that you might see in the headlines in the newspaper. Because if we attract, I'm very excited about the Smuckers project. I think it's a fantastic thing for our community. But if we attract 10 Smuckers projects, but as a result of the demands on the labor force, the infrastructure, and the real estate here, we lose just as many, if not more, of our existing industry base, then we haven't achieved anything. And so I guess my point being that in an economy of 2.2% unemployment, in a 5% office and industrial vacancy rate environment, we're focused more on what do we need to do as a community to increase capacity. I don't think we have capacity. In 2015, we saw 4% job growth. That outpaced, again, the region, the state, and the country. To me, that suggests we've been doing something right and we've been doing something well. But we cannot sustain that based on our current labor force and our current real estate capacity. And so I think our goals, our absolute goals, shift as the economy shifts for us locally. And so I would be happy to share with you the Advanced Longmont strategy is hundreds of pages. I would be happy to pull out the exact metrics that are included in the Advanced Longmont strategy that we follow, but understanding that was established in 2013, and the economic climate here has changed significantly over the last 5 years. We're actually working with the other Advanced Longmont partner organizations right now as a result to reassess the goals of the Advanced Longmont strategy. We'll be bringing those back to you. As you did adopt the Sitting Council at the time did adopt the Advanced Longmont strategy again, we'll be coming back to you to ask you to support new goals for the Advanced Longmont strategy based on the current economic climate and the metrics associated with those goals.
When would that come back?
We are looking at finalizing those in March, so likely
This month?
Yes.
Okay.
It is March.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. So, and I actually have a quarterly presentation scheduled in April, and so I will incorporate that into that so as not to take up too much of your time.
Harold?
I think to add to what she said in terms of what you learned from this, one of the things that we've learned over the last year when it comes to capacity and space is that we've identified a sector in our community that we need more capacity, and it's specifically high bay manufacturing space. And so when she says we change our what we're focusing on, there's been a tremendous amount of focus placed on how do we get more of that, because what we found is a lot of people want to be here. They just don't have the space so they can come in, and it's not readily available. They don't have time for it to be built. And so that shifted something that we're all talking about, and that's one of the pieces that we learned from to say, what do we need to focus on next year?
That's an excellent point. We use an economic data source, Economic Modeling Systems, EMSI. It's the industry standard for economic development. EMSI projects an additional 13% job growth, if nothing changes, 13% job growth over the next 10 years. We have to look at what are the real estate requirements for us to be able to accommodate 13% job growth? What are the infrastructure requirements for us to be able to accommodate 13% job growth? What are the labor force requirements for us to be able to accommodate 13% job growth over the next 10 years? That's the importance of the Advanced Longmont strategy and the Advanced Longmont partnership, is just having a goal of job creation and a target number for job creation is not effective. We need to understand education and workforce development. What is the pipeline being created by Front Range Community College, our regional universities, and St. Vrain Valley School District in this area? What is the pipeline that they're creating to be able to accommodate job growth that we might bring to the community? And if that's not, that component isn't, and that's just one example, if that component isn't working, then we're not going to be able to bring any new job growth to our community. And that's not to suggest that that component's not working. It's actually working better here than anywhere else that I've seen in the country.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Talking about goals, we're going to be hearing the phrase area median income a lot later this evening, I expect. And so is one of your goals to influence the mix of jobs in the community so that we can raise the area median income? And what about the strategy that you have supports that goal?
Yes, absolutely. One of the goals is to provide a variety of jobs at all levels, as well as upward mobility within those jobs. So it's not enough to just create unskilled jobs to provide opportunities for everybody to work, whether they have whatever their education, their background, their training. The idea is, and again, the collaborative nature of our Advanced Longmont strategy is not just to have jobs for all, but have opportunities for individuals within our community to be upwardly mobile from those entry-level jobs into the higher skilled, higher paying jobs that we have here in our community. And I think I answered your question. Was there more to it?
Yeah.
Okay.
How do the things that you're doing support the goal?
The industry diversification that we pursue through our focus on the 4 targeted industry sectors of advanced technology, bioscience, creative arts and culinary, and professional services and IT, those industries represent about 95-ish% of all primary industry jobs within our community. And they represent a range of different skill level jobs and different pay level jobs. And so our ability to diversify the economy and the jobs here in Longmont through our focus on putting our resources towards attracting such a variety and such a scale of industries is how we ensure that we're working to attract jobs of all levels and opportunities for every citizen at every level in our community.
Mayor Pro Tem Christensen.
Thanks. I really appreciate when you're talking about workforce development, I would urge you to check into Nashville's Cradle to Career program, which is really terrific because it encourages grade school kids all the way to be thinking about what they're talented in and what they want to do, how they're going to be self-sufficient economically, and even if they don't go to college or whatever, they can go to trade schools, they can, but it encourages them and encourages apprenticeship programs, which I think are, terrific. And we need to encourage more relationship between the CSU and Boulder, which are premier research institutes, and we're not making as much of it as we could. But the other thing I wanted to ask you is, we've been hearing about the problem with high bay high bay commercial space for a number of years. How does this get built? Because do we build it and wait for people to come, or do we get people to build it with the expectation, we don't want to build something and then have nobody show up.
Sure.
But we don't, I understand what you're saying with, they don't have time to build it. They want it to be here. So how does it get here?
It is a challenge, although I think
Yeah.
we're starting to see that need be addressed through a couple of developments that are either about to start under construction or are just starting in the development review process that are actually planning to build high bay industrial space either speculatively or based on potentially a 50% pre-lease rate, which we haven't seen here in Longmont as long as I've been here. The challenge over the last couple of years has been that because of the vacancy of the Amgen facility, which is now off the market, and then additionally the vacancy of the former Seagate Maxtor facility, artificially inflates what our vacancy rate, our industrial vacancy rate is, because those facilities don't truly represent what the needs are for industrial vacancy. So anybody that's looking from the outside in, if they're just using kind of online sources, LoopNet and Xceligent and some of those sources, aren't getting the true story. And that's why we spend so much time and effort getting out to or talking to developers, builders, and a variety of other folks across the country about what the real picture here is in Longmont. Additionally, we haven't seen the rising rental rates that other parts of the region have. We haven't had the influence of marijuana grow operations driving those rental rates up. And so between an kind of artificially inflated vacancy rate and lower than the rest of the region rental rates, it just hasn't penciled for developers to be able to build that type of property here and be convinced that they can demand the rents that they need in order to be profitable in those types of developments. That is slowly changing. Both of the developments that we're working with that are looking at building high bay industrial, or that we're actively working with to build high bay industrial, are looking at significantly higher, not significantly, but enough higher lease rates to help pencil the project to build those types of facilities here in Longmont.
Yeah, but we don't want to price the entrepreneurs out who need
No,
inexpensive-
absolutely.
Yeah.
Actually, the beauty of having some of this new high bay industrial space built to accommodate our traditional manufacturers is that some of the older, outdated, not viable for today's industrial user space can easily be repositioned, and we're seeing some of that at the campus of Longmont, can easily be repositioned into kind of more open, high-tech environments, whereas they can't really be utilized for today's industrial manufacturing user.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I also wanted to mention that I'm very familiar with the Cradle to Career program. I used to work in Adams County, where the Adams County Adams County Education Consortium had a Cradle to Career program. Prior to me leaving there, we were actually starting to work with the Strive Network out of Ohio, which was really the kind of founder of Collective Impact for Education. And so I absolutely love the idea of looking at that. I think St. Vrain Valley School District is doing an excellent job, but probably doesn't have it as formally named as Cradle to Career or Strive.
All right, Jessica Erickson, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to other things now. And then, Sandy, is anyone else hot in here? Like, is it possible to crank up the AC a little bit or turn down the heat? That'd be great. All right, thank you. All right, at this point, let's go on to public invited to be heard. First call. I'm going to go ahead and read your name, come down to the front, state your name, address, and you have 3 minutes. I just would remind everybody, everyone is signed up for 2 topics. One is affordable housing and inclusionary zoning, and the other is prairie dogs. Both can be quite emotional, so regardless of what side of the issue you're on, please be respectful. All right, let's start it off with Eric Jepson. And if Eric, oh, there he is.
Hi, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. My address is 9519 North 89th Street here in Longmont. Just want to share a few thoughts with you. I'm a Longmont resident, have been for a long time. I'm a business owner here for 14 years, which made it on a lot of her slides. Really happy to be here. In my current role, as well as a business owner, is I'm the president of the board for HOPE, which you're in partnership with Coordinated Entry here in Longmont. We really appreciate that partnership, and I just, as Representative HOPE, want to say thank you and all the work we're doing there. I've been involved in the homeless efforts locally here for at least the past 10 years in various different aspects. And I just wanted to share my perspective on some of the housing issues that we're going to be talking about later tonight. One thing I have learned in my work is that there's no one single cause and there's no one single solution. And just always keep that in the back of our mind as an engineer, always looking to solve something, looking for that one thing, and there is no one thing that I've learned with this. Everyone's got a different story, and there's always a different solution. I don't have a lot to say tonight, but one thing I did want to impart is that the LA Times is doing a wonderful, in-depth, deep dive. It started last week and it ended on Friday into the homeless problem that they're dealing with. And they're a few steps ahead of us in that they've already approved funding and they have a bucket of money. And now they're reacting and dealing with, okay, we've got this money, we had all these plans, why can't we get it going? And so I wanted to implore you to look at some of that information. It's really good. They have a LA City Council Assembly Bill 3171, which covers a lot of the homeless shelters, rental assistance, permanent housing, some other topics. The most important one, though, I think, is what we would hit next if we got funding approval and we wanted to do more affordable housing here in Longmont, is a whole not in my backyard approach. Everyone wants to deal with homelessness, but no one wants them to be their neighbor. And so if we move forward and we approve funding, and then we have to move it out to the neighborhoods, I want to counsel all of us to, as representatives of different districts here, to figure out ways to bring in all those solutions into your own district, not in one specific location throughout the community. So we don't want to create a segmented location because it doesn't seem to work. We want to be able to create a diverse community, both economically and just all the versions of diversity. And that's the one thing I want to implore of all these things I've been reading and learning, is that where they get stuck, is trying to put it in very specific geographical locations. And maybe even ways in which homeowners here in Longmont can embrace patterns to increase that diversity.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Jepson. Wendell Pickett, Chairman Pickett, and he's got a guest.
Well, I'm so happy to have a guest.
How's your week? How you been, Wendell?
Well, I'm very good. We got to see most of you except Aaron. Oh, Wendell Pickett, 3813 Florentine Circle. Back again. This is Mufi Miller. She comes to us. She's joined the LHA as the interim executive director to help us get through this period, keep the place on track, and help us find a permanent executive director here over the next 4 to 6 months. So, maybe would you like to take a moment?
Sure. My name's Mufi, and I come to this position. I'm recently retired from the Loveland Housing Authority, where I was the director of housing for 29 years. Before that, I worked for the State of Colorado Division of Housing, and before that, I worked for Lakewood Housing Authority. So I've spent most of my life in the affordable housing industry. And I'm really excited to be here and work with Longmont, the board, the staff, and the residents in moving the agency forward. So thank you for letting me introduce myself, and if you have any questions, please feel free to call.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Waters, Chairman Pickett, Bruce Robbins, and congratulations to you three. Your lives got a lot easier. Chair Smith? Chair?
Good evening, Mayor Bagley and council people. My name is Cher Smith. My address is 1121 Winslow Circle, 80504. I am the current chair of the Board of Directors for the Longmont Association Realtors, and I'd like to comment on the general business item, inclusionary housing. LAR has already voiced its concern with the concept of inclusionary housing in principle. So now I'd like to focus on some of the specific elements that you might discuss tonight. As you know, our profession exists to help people achieve the American dream, home ownership. However, home ownership comes at a price, and it is not a good financial option for everyone. Owners must accept, in addition to mortgage payments, responsibility for expenses such as home maintenance, insurance, landscaping, utilities, HOAs, and taxes. For this reason, we agree that Longmont's inclusionary housing program should be designed to create homes for Longmont's workforce. Residents who have an average and median income around 80 to 90% would most likely be able to afford home ownership. We urge this council to be prudent and build this program slowly and carefully. Starting out with a lower percentage of required housing units would allow the city to work out any kinks. The program can always be revised and add a greater percentage of required units later. Allow developers to gain familiarity and comfort with the provisions of the program and encourage them to build in Longmont rather than take their projects to other towns. Although the concept of deed restriction is not comfortable for us, if Longmont is to pursue this path, please consider the period of affordability carefully before making a decision. The housing market will be affected by this program, of that you can be assured. And that being the case, please make sure homes will remain affordable for a lengthy period of time. Finally, do everything possible to maximize the benefits, of this program. Consider density, bonuses to provide incentives. Multifamily developments will create more units than traditional single-family home subdivisions. With a diminishing supply of land, do what you can to support sustainable, environmentally friendly developments on smaller lots. We feel that many ideas proposed by the development community at the work session on February 23rd would help to decrease cost and create more homes. Ultimately, this inclusionary housing program is simply one component of Longmont's affordable housing strategy. Please encourage additional programs and ideas. If putting a roof over residents' heads is your ultimate goal, we will need to work tirelessly to think of new and creative means by which to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Susan Summers.
Hello. I guess you guys probably know why I'm here. I wanted to talk about prairie dogs at Susan Summers, 1418 Galilee Lane. So you probably already know this, but I wanted to let you know on Friday, March 2nd, 17 acres of prairie dogs in our town were inhumanely exterminated. This is the second time in less than 4 months that a large-scale killing of this keystone species has occurred here. The killing on the 2nd was orchestrated by the current property owner and the prospective buyer of this parcel, a developer. In early February, I was put in touch with the broker on this land sale after she asked the city staff the process of dealing with prairie dogs on a proposed development site. I told this broker that there were potential relocation sites available and that I would work hard to facilitate an affordable relocation for her client. In fact, I told her that I would make the relocation the same cost as an extermination, which might have been difficult, but I was willing to commit to doing that. After the killings, the broker informed me that the owner of the property and the buyer chose to exterminate specifically to avoid Longmont's current law that mandates a good faith effort to relocate over exterminate. As you all know, prairie dog advocates have already presented council with a proposed new municipal code that will close this loophole that allowed for these recent killings. Some members of council, thank you, Council Member Rodriguez, have already made efforts to get this issue on the council agenda. The time is now to do this. Another large-scale extermination is just around the corner. These killings are very public and they're a black eye on our community. The laws need to be tightened now. I would like to formally request council enact a moratorium or any other available action to stop the killing of prairie dogs until this proposed code can be heard by council. As we know, the prairie dogs are in even greater danger now, and many developers will elect to inhumanely kill them to avoid any new pending legislation. Please make this an issue and make it a priority on your agenda. And I would like to ask that any of those people here in this room that are speaking out for prairie dogs and speaking out for humane legislation for prairie dogs to please stand up. So, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I usually don't do this, but you've got a lot of developers in the audience tonight. If you are going to have to move prairie dogs or exterminate them, contact a council member and we'll put you in touch with Ms. Summers. And so if she can do it for the same cost, sweet. All right, Dan Groff.
Good evening, Mayor Bagley and council members. I'm Diane Groff. I live at 819 Sumner Street, and I'm also the manager of the Center for People with Disabilities satellite office on Main Street across from downtown Dairy Queen. And I'm here tonight for two things, very quick. One, to thank you, and two, to talk on behalf of people with disabilities who can't be here. And I want to thank you for the study sessions that you're going to be endeavoring, and how wonderful to have the time with developers and builders to talk about the challenges and to better understand what the processes are to improve in looking at all the options for housing. So thank you for that, and thank you for the continued work in looking at affordable housing options. And then secondly, one of the services that we provide is transition services. And so we work with people who, through Boulder County Options Counseling, have identified that they want to transition out of living in a nursing care facility. We don't often think of people that are in nursing care facilities as being homeless, but when people have had medical impairments as such that they need 7 days a week, 24-hour care, and then they get better, oftentimes they don't have a means to get back into the community. So there's a whole support network that is available. We also have a home health care program that is Medicaid funded. And so we have the supports, but we don't have the affordable housing. And right now there are 40 people in our area that I've identified through options counseling that they want to return to the community. So I want to keep that group of people in mind too. So again, thank you for your efforts at looking at inclusivity in our community, and we all belong in Longmont. So thank you.
Lori Walker.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Lori Walker, and I reside at 1415 Clemson Drive here in Longmont. I'm here tonight to speak on the inclusionary housing program. I was born and raised here in Longmont. My family and I own over 250 affordable rental housing units here in Longmont, both senior and family. In addition to other units we have throughout Colorado. We also help develop and build the Aspen Meadows Senior Housing Project for the Housing Development Group when Judy Morgan was the director of the Housing Authority. We have been in this business for over 30 years. I was a member of the previous Affordable Housing Task Force through the city, and I am a current member of the Technical Review Group. I have a few comments and questions regarding what's being proposed tonight that I'm hoping you can address during your communications. Regarding the existing units, what is considered an existing unit? I'm unclear about what is being proposed for existing unit requirements. Is that any unit that collects rent below 50% area median income? Any unit that accepts Section 8 vouchers? If any multifamily project is listed for sale, will they be required to meet the payment in lieu? Regarding the land donation, I believe it should not be limited to just nonprofits. By limiting it to just nonprofits, it may slow down the process as to when units are built. There are many qualified for-profit affordable developers, as you know, with the 3 new projects being built in town. Thank you for your time and consideration in these complex issues.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Jeremy Gregory. Cue music.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council, for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Jeremy Gregory. I reside at 238 Sweet Valley Court here in Longmont. And just to provide a little bit of context to the following, I'm a third-generation Colorado native, born and raised here in Longmont. Come from a farming family. We've been farming since the 30s here. My background resides in community-based natural resource management, conservation and ecology, and humane education. Hopefully that provides a little bit of validity for what I'm going to be talking about, which is not just prairie dogs, but it's our wildlife. I also live in that development where these prairie dogs close to 1,000 were inhumanely destroyed. So I was personally there to witness and document close to 1,000 prairie dogs and their pups poisoned through fumitoxin. I've spent many years working with prairie dogs, so I know how intelligent they are, their familial structures and so forth. So when we say prairie dogs, we're talking about bald eagles, we're talking about burrowing owls, we're talking about raptors, turkey vultures, fox, and the dozens and dozens of other species who depend and rely on prairie dogs for survival. As Susan mentioned, we've submitted to City Council protections and measures to close down this loophole. Far too long, we've allowed this kind of killing to go unchecked, unregulated, just for the sake of profit and gain for development. And that's great, we can have it. We listen to Ms. Erickson talk about the amazing things that are happening here. But what's the point if we don't have our natural heritage to also go along with that? So I'm just asking to please bring this legislation up to passage sooner than later, because yeah, it's warmer now. There are going to be so many more killings happening. Mr. Coon chose to kill for the sake of killing. And he doesn't even live in this community. That's what's insulting to me. He had an opportunity to have these prairie dogs humanely relocated. And by the way, this is beautiful open space. This is beautiful land. So without being too redundant, that's what I'm asking. I hope that this gets discussed sooner than later, because yeah, we will see more killing just for the sake of killing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory. Kevin Mulshine.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I just wanted to echo, we had a meeting with the City Council on February 23rd, and I was incredibly excited by the outcome of that meeting and the ideas that went around in that meeting. On the affordable housing issue, once again, we do feel so strongly that there's a need for all of us to work together on it, the developers and the city, and obviously the city's pulling their weight here. But also to recognize that right now we need three things for workforce housing, and I define that as the 80 to 120, the middle class of the city, and that is a new development code, a new design code, and then speeding up the process for these applications. Then the greatest challenge for all of us is how do we all help that group that's 80 and under, providing the housing for them without putting the burden right back on that very group we tried to help in the first place, the workforce housing units. And so the only request that come out of here, one is I wanted to thank everybody, but number two is it was such a good meeting for me. I'm excited about the next couple of months of working with the city. Staff, Brian and Don, have been incredible about sharing their time. However, I'd hope today's meeting would also come out with some kind of a forum where we can continue to share thoughts as we move towards trying to have a timely adoption of an affordable housing ordinance and a new development code. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Mulshine. Cameron McKay.
Good evening. I'm Cameron McKay. I live at 923 Corey Street. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My family and I have lived in Longmont for nearly 8 years now, in Ward 1, actually. And I'm here tonight to thank you for all of your meaningful funding of the programs for homeless individuals in our city. I think it says a lot about our city's values and our city's character that we fund these services at the level that we do. So, as all of you know, but others in the room may not, our city funds two organizations, Hope and the R Center, to jointly operate Longmont's locations for the county's coordinated entry program for homeless adults, which also includes a nighttime shelter component. Every time I volunteer at this shelter, I'm so impressed, I gotta tell you, by the staff of these two organizations. Folks at Hope like Alice and Amber and Zach, and folks at our center like Caitlin, really they're kind people, they're competent people, and they're really concerned with operating these programs effectively. They're always revisiting decisions that they've made and looking at policies that they have, looking for ways to change them to make them more effective. And I really admire that about them. Just a few weeks ago, in fact, I was at the shelter, and one of the regulars who I normally would sit and chat with, he wasn't there. and wondered what had happened with him. So I actually ran into him a few days later, and he shared with me his story. He had in fact worked with Our Center and Hope to get housing, and he was so happy to share with me that he now had his own room with a door he could close when he needed privacy. He had a bed he could sleep in, as opposed to just having a mat on the floor, which is all that we're able to provide at the shelter. And he was so excited to share with me that he's finally getting his life back on track. These services that the city is funding really are effective, and they really do matter and make a difference. Now, we aren't done with this work. There are plenty of things to improve and iterate on, but I believe we have the right people on the ground doing this work with these organizations, and we have a city council, clearly, that is funding this work in a meaningful way. So I'm really encouraged that we have the right ingredients in place here. So I'll just close by saying, once again, thank you very much for funding these services for our homeless residents, and please continue funding them, because I've seen them truly make a life or death difference for some of our most vulnerable residents in this city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McKay. Rick Fitzgerald.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My voice is gone. It'll come back, I hope. My name is Rick Fitzgerald. I live at 419 Emery Street in the historic East Side neighborhood. As you know, our neighborhood has been closely involved with the development code update. It is my understanding that you will be discussing the residential compatibility section of the proposed code related to the Longmont Downtown Development Authority recommendations to building height. I would ask you to seriously consider our recommendation for building height to be limited to a maximum of 2 stories for the entire lot adjacent to the existing single-family residential. The draft proposal of restricted height within 75 feet of the residential property is not sufficient to adequately protect the adjacent residences, and LDDA suggestion to build a height to limit the height within 50 feet of the adjacent residences is not even an attempt at a reasonable restriction. I suggest that council members take a walk north from the library along up the alley between Kimbark and Emery. There's about half the block is the Central Press built a annex there, I don't know, 30 years ago. I can't remember when they put it up. And it's like 10 feet from the alley. It's less than 30 feet tall. And it really is oppressive to like about 5 houses along in there. Big shade, loss of view, loss of privacy. You know, people have gotten used to it. But if you allow it within 50 or even 75 feet, which would only push it back 20 or 35 feet from where the Central Pres Annex is, and you go another 15 foot taller, it's going to be even more oppressive. And this pattern can go all the way up Kimbark Street, as far as I know. And I think that the idea of a transition zone is like stepping it down from Main Street. This is not stepping it down. These buildings are as high as the tallest ones on Main Street. And I think, you know, we're trying to work with you, you're trying to work with us, we're trying to work with all the developers, but if we're going to have a transition zone, this is really awful. And who was it? The LDDA were talking about they want to maintain the beauty of all the residences. Well, they look great from Emery Street, but they don't look so great from the backyards of Emery Street when you put these big things there. So that's thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Joyce Peters.
Hello, my name is Joyce Peters. I live at 12543 Bryant Street. I'm in Broomfield, and I'm here to support some of the other people who've spoken about the value of prairie dogs in our communities. And I say our communities in general here, even though I'm not a Longmont resident. I want to at least mention what our work has been like with Broomfield City Council. We've had a lot of good collaboration with them, and I think we have some pretty good codes, I guess they're called here, that support the relocation to open space, to open lands. Those are our lands. So I would just encourage this community and this group here to seriously consider some practical and humane ways to preserve the natural world around us, and certainly to think twice and think carefully about the impact of these poisons that essentially cause these prairie dogs to bleed to death, as awful as that is to say. That is what effectively happens here. So it sounds like there are humane options. They are affordable. From what I understand, there are things being worked out to be able to relocate these prairie dogs in a more, again, humane and reasonable cost. It can be done. I've heard a lot of discussion about looking at other communities for best practices on the economic side. So I certainly encourage this community to consider best practices as close as just down the road where I live in Broomfield, where we've been able to work out some pretty good compromises. And I also want to reiterate that I moved to Colorado in part because family is here, but also in part because of the beauty of the natural world around us. Yes, I'm all for economic development. Knock on wood, I have a job and I'm happy about that, and I can afford to buy a house here in this broader community. But without the natural world around me, it's a pretty sterile, empty, and cold existence. And I'm sure you all are here also partly for the natural world and the natural beauty around us. And the keystone species concept, we can't just let one species fall apart if it's within our capabilities and within our hearts to do the right thing to protect them, to move them, and attract more people to your community and to my community. So thank you for allowing me to come and speak on this topic.
Thanks, Ms. Peters. Lynette McLean.
My name is Lynette McLean. I'm at 969 Reynolds Farm Lane. And I just wanted to invite everyone to stand with us as we recognize International Women's Day, Thursday at 6th and Main from 5 to 6. So that's one invitation. Second invitation is we're going to be showing a documentary movie on March 21st, and it's called Fix It. It's about our broken healthcare system, and it's going to be at the library at 6 o'clock. So I'd like to everybody.
What day was that?
March 21st at 6 p.m. at the library. It's called Fix It, How to Fix Our Broken Healthcare System. So that's all.
Thank you very much. I'm going to slaughter this name. I'm sorry. Selene Yaris. She had to leave? Should have spared. Did I say it right, though? All right. Joanne Peterson.
Mayor and Council, I live at 1007 3rd Avenue in Longmont, and I'm here for the prairie dogs. And I just really encourage that we adopt this legislation, close the loophole, respect and protect our here it's urban wildlife. The prairie dogs are actually a part of our urban wildlife here. This latest extermination was grossly wrong on every level. They could have been relocated and someone decided just kill them. That should not be a decision that's made into, in a community that values our community and all the occupants and residences. This is just not okay. I actually have a warehouse, and I have down on 119, and over the years watched one extermination after another, after another, after another. Lots being exterminated. They've sat there for 8, 10 years, vacant. but yet they go back in and they exterminate and exterminate. I don't understand why we're exterminating keystone species when actually buildings aren't even going to be built on them. And we can relocate. There are a lot of people behind that. And the keystone species, too, is really very important. I think that one of the biggest problems with prairie dogs is people don't understand them. They don't understand the intelligence, the family, the communication, the on and on and on. It is a pain when they are on land that you want to develop, but there are options to relocate them and not go through this horrific poisoning. Let's do the right thing, and we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Anna Rivas?
Hi, my name's, excuse me, Anna Rivas, and I live at 4501 Nelson Road, Unit 2306, and I am here to talk about the prairie dogs. As we heard earlier today, there's a big focus on the quality of life, improving quality of life and economic development in Longmont. But quality of life is not just determined by money or development and growth. For many of Longmont's residents, such as myself, what makes for a good quality of life is an abundance of watchable wildlife, such as songbirds, birds of prey, and prairie dogs, especially prairie dogs for myself. But over the years, we've seen colony after colony ruthlessly massacred. It's gotten to the point where I've had to alter my driving patterns and sometimes dread going past certain places where a colony I used to love seeing on my way somewhere, or, stopping by to look at is now completely gone, just wiped out. So as we're barreling full steam ahead with development, we must do what we can to treat the impacted wildlife humanely. It's not their fault we want the land they inhabit, and we have no right to bulldoze them or kill them with vile poisons. There's no excuse for a community with a population as highly educated as we have, as was stated in the earlier presentation, in Boulder County and Longmont, to be treating its wildlife in the way a third world country would. Longmont needs to implement legislation that discourages mass slaughter. In the meantime, Mayor Bagley, you had indicated you would put the proposed municipal code on the agenda for March 20th, and I hope you keep your word. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rivas. Paul Fagerberg. By the way, that's just a wooden stock. He does not have a rifle, so.
This is a prop. It was inspected by one
Yeah.
of Longmont's finest.
Nobody freak out.
Good evening. My name is Paul Fagerberg. I live at 728 Tanager Circle. Last week, Ms. Gibbs of Gun Barrel asked the Longmont City Council to ban so-called assault weapons. She mentioned that she's worried about her daughter's safety as she attends school in Longmont. What Ms. Gibbs may not realize is that statistically, her daughter is in far more danger of dying in a car accident while being driven to and from school than she is of being murdered by a school shooter. Still, when I read comments from city council members in the paper the next day, I became concerned that the council has incorrect and or incomplete information. Mayor Pro Tem Christensen made reference to hunters and automatic weapons. An automatic weapon is one where you press the trigger, and as long as you hold the trigger down, it continues to fire. Also known as a machine gun. One press of the trigger, multiple bangs. Those have been extremely difficult to almost impossible for a civilian to own since 1934. Assault weapons are not automatic weapons. With a semi-automatic firearm, you press the trigger and it fires once. It doesn't fire again until you release the trigger and press the trigger again. One trigger press, one bang, always. A so-called assault weapon is a semi-automatic firearm with some part, such as a pistol grip, that is prohibited by law. It's still semi-automatic. It still fires once per pull of the trigger. So this, again, checked by one of Longmont's finest, is a wooden stock from a semi-automatic rifle I have at home. You have to imagine the trigger, the magazine, the barrel, all that kind of good stuff. But work with me here. Let's be imaginative. I hold the rifle. I press the trigger. One bang. I have to release, press it again, I get another bang. Legal, illegal. Legal, illegal. All I have to do is put the pistol grip on it, and I've committed a felony in the state of California and several other states that have an assault weapons ban. I haven't changed anything. It's the same barrel, it's the same trigger group, it's the same bullets. It's just as lethal as before. I've just added an ergonomic feature, and so now, instead of holding it like this, I'm holding it by the pistol grip, poorly attached here, but I'm holding it by the pistol grip in this way. It's still shooting one bang per pull of the trigger, and that's it. Doesn't really change anything about the weapon. The ban on assault weapons just doesn't make any sense. The function doesn't change. It's still a semi-automatic weapon. It still shoots the same ammunition as before. It's not a good law. It's not an item that our city council should even be considering. I'd like to ask the city council to stick to our parks, our great bike trails. I can ride my bike to work. I only have to spend about half a mile on the road. The rest of it is on our wonderful greenway trails. How about our great gigabit internet service? It's awesome. I love it. Or focus on some of these problems like traffic and housing issues or the homeless population in the town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fagerberg. Bob McLaughlin. Strider Benston, you're going to be up next to close us up.
Good evening, Mayor Bagley and members of council and city staff. I'm here to talk with you about the Land Development Code, item 11B on your agenda tonight. My name is Bob McLaughlin. I live at 620 Emery Street, and I'm here speaking for the historic East Side neighborhood. So the draft of the Land Development Code suggests that when a new, more intense development abuts a residential one, the maximum height of the more intense development should not be greater than the residential zone. In other words, in historic East Side, we're limited to 2 stories or 35 feet in height. So something that's built adjacent to the east side for some distance should be no more than 2 stories or 35 feet, so that our homes are not dwarfed by the new development that's coming in. The draft of the Land Development Code says that the distance over which this match should occur is 75 feet. This is not a ban on development. It's just a space during which the height of the new development matches the height of the existing residential properties. East Side neighbors feel that 75 feet is not sufficient to protect our sense of privacy or solar access for our gardens. The MU zone today requires a 100-foot distance for a similar function. We understand that the LDA is asking that this distance be reduced to 50 feet. So that would mean that for the first 50 feet from the zoning boundary, the new development could be 2 stories or 30 feet high, and beyond 50 feet, it could be whatever the downtown business zoning allows, which in this case is 45 feet. So let's think of what that would really look like. From where you're sitting to the glass at the back of the room is about 50 feet. So for that 50 feet distance, buildings could be 2 stories tall. But where the glass begins, something could be as big as the Dickens Opera House or the Oddfellows building. And you can see what the impact that would be on neighbors if you were a neighbor sitting in your backyard and then all of a sudden where the glass appears behind the room, you have a 45-foot building. So that you ask that you consider this and keep in mind the desires for our neighborhood to remain a positive, stable, and inviting community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Mr. Strider Benston.
Thank you, Mary, very much. Mayor Bagley, City Council. Oh gosh, so many things. Read the New York Times today, Charles Blow article, The King of Chaos. You get an understanding of what's going on. Prairie dogs, I didn't know about it tonight. Prairie dogs, of thousands of species that cooperated to build the most fertile prairie on the planet, of those thousands of species, 2 were the prairie dogs and the buffalo. We have almost killed all of them. I don't think that's what nature and nature's God intended for the prairies that we were given. The chaos, just in the last few days, we got a trade war starting up. Anyone who knows history, look at Smoot-Hawley. How did we create the Great Depression? With bank fraud and trade wars. That's what created it. Right now, that's what's going on, led by our country. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, she stood there at 103 years of age when President Clinton signed the Brady Bill to outlaw assault weapons in this country. Now we have them everywhere. We got about 8 million, I think, in the country. It's going to continue. And as this was going on, to distract people from the criminality and the chaos in the White House staff said, oh, we got a reprieve. They murdered 17 children, so we got a reprieve about what's happening in the White House. Well, reprieve means criminal indictment or conviction, and then you get off light or get off clean. That's what reprieve means, and they know that. The NRA gave the current president $31 million. Some of that money came from Russia. Our congressman, our senator, Cory Gardner, got almost $4 million from the NRA. Our congressman right here, Ken Buck, got $800,000 from the NRA, almost twice as much as any other congressman in the country. Only one was even close to half, the blood money. We have home rule. We have a right to protect our environment, our housing, our democracy, our trees. Look at 9th and Terry Street, didn't replant the trees. And what about local citizens? There are people here from Germany, Japan, Peru, Mexico. They need to be Longmont citizens. Some have been here for decades.
Thank you, Mr. Benston. All right, let's go ahead and take a 5-ish minute break. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Yep, I'm just going to reel her in, just going to lasso her. Got her. She's on her way, like fishing. All right, let's go ahead. Valerie, could you please read the consent items?
Mayor Bagley, first item on consent is ordinance 2018-13, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for the expenses and liabilities of the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2018. Public hearing and second reading is scheduled for March 20th. Item 8B is ordinance 2018-14, a bill for an ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 10.24, Section 110 of the Longmont Municipal Code regarding after-hours entry or presence in municipal facilities and grounds. Public hearing and second reading is scheduled for March 20th. Item 8C is Resolution 2018-29, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Colorado Army National Guard for aerial firefighting training at Button Rock Preserve. Item 8D is Resolution 2018-30, approving the intergovernmental agreement among the city and the cities of Boulder, Lafayette, and Louisville, the towns of Erie, Lyons, Nederland, and Superior, and the county of Boulder for a Boulder County Transportation Improvement Program Forum. Item 8E is Resolution 2018-31, approving the intergovernmental agreement among the city and the cities of Brighton and Daycono, the towns of Erie, Frederick, Firestone, Lochbuie, and Meade, and the county of Weld for a Southwest Weld Transportation Improvement Program Forum. Item 8F is Resolution 2018-32, approving the business lease between the city and Dennis L. Blomker and Carolyn A. Blomker for 500 Kimbark Street, Suite 101. Item 8G is Resolution 2018-33, supporting the reauthorization of the Colorado Lottery Division by the General Assembly of Colorado. Item 8H is Oppose House Bill 18-1194 concerning measures to protect the interests of landowners who create conservation easements on their property. Item 8I is Support House Bill 18-1073 concerning water districts' ability to enter into contracts regarding their water-related assets. And Item 8J is Approve Revised Budget Prioritization, Desired Results to align with the goals of Envision Longmont. Staff does not have a desire to pull any of the items.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Christensen.
I would like to pull item H just for a brief discussion.
Councilmember Finley. Wonder what could be coming.
I would like to move the consent agenda minus H.
Second.
All right. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. Mayor Pro Tem Christensen? We don't have any ordinances on second reading, so we're going to go ahead and talk about what you pulled from the consent agenda. Go ahead. You just hit the mic.
I'm sorry, I forgot that we don't have any anything else. So I guess I just wanted to point out that this is for public information. This is a House bill, a state House bill, and it would change the time frame of conservation easements from in perpetuity to a limit of 20 years, which would really destroy our open space programs and everybody who's trying to actually have conservation easements. And I would also like to point out another proposed state law, just to show you how sneaky things are getting. There's a takings law. This would be a constitutional amendment, which means that lots of money has gone into putting this on the agenda, or up to the vote, would require just compensation for any state or local government regulation that has the effect of reducing the fair market value of property for uses allowable at the time the owner acquired the title. That would mean that we cannot have any kind of local control over, for instance, affordable housing ordinances, or, well, anything that anyone deems to have reduced their property value, which they alone are able to determine. So these are two statewide proposals that are very subtle, seemingly, but actually have huge problems in us getting the kind of conservation protection we need and the kind of housing that we need to be able to continue to be an affordable community.
Do you want to go ahead and do a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, oh yes, I do, actually. I forgot we haven't opposed it. Okay, I would move that we oppose House Bill 181194.
We have a second. Let's go ahead and vote. And that passes unanimously. 2 for 2. Doing pretty good down there. All right, let's go ahead and move on to general business. 11A, inclusionary housing program discussion. Turning the time over to EPS, Kathy Fedler, and city staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kathy Fedler, Housing and Community Investment Division Manager. And we're here tonight to bring you back some data sets and some information on inclusionary housing as referenced in the January 30th meeting and directed by Council to look at certain aspects of the inclusionary housing program and how things have changed since the last time we took a look at the housing gaps and needs, which was back in early 2015. So EPS is here to present their updates and findings, and then I will jump in at the end and we'll start seeing if we can get some direction on where we go tonight.
Thank you, Kathy. Andrew Knutson and Matt Prosser with Economic and Planning Systems. Mayor, members of council, we are happy to be here tonight, and we were here in the spring of 2015 and 2016 talking about this subject. So when Kathy first called us, the question became, what's changed? What can we find in the data that's different that would imply a different policy approach? Well, much of the previous presentation this evening has actually talked about what's changed. We will walk through quite a bit of data also to document the specifics around that, looking at the housing market in Longmont. But the economy is good. The economy is good in the Front Range. The economy is good here in Longmont. And the ramifications of that on the housing industry are certainly apparent. What we have tonight is okay, thank you. Perfect, thank you. So we have updated market conditions, and then we are also providing you with a summary of best practices from peer communities, such that you will have an understanding of the industry standards, how things are changing, and how Longmont fits within that category of peer communities in order to make a policy. Just one last thing on some background. The industry is changing quickly. Housing issues are percolating across the country in terms of communities wanting help addressing them. Active projects that we have EPS out of the Denver office today include Portland, Oregon, Nashville, Tennessee, Dallas, Texas, San Antonio, Texas, Aspen, Telluride. Those are some of the usual suspects. But the fact of the matter, we are working across the country on communities that have not had housing issues in the past historically. But the fact of the matter is stagnant wages and escalating housing prices everywhere have caused a real crunch in terms of the availability of product for local residents. So we bring some of this expertise to you tonight, and I will stop talking. Matt can start and getting into some of the data.
Thanks, Andrew. Great to be with you again. Yeah, Matt Prosser with EPS. I'm going to walk you through an update of the market conditions to kind of talk about where we've come from 2015. Some of you were here, some of you weren't. So, but just give an idea of what our thinking was back then and how that has changed. So first looking at, in terms of the rate of growth that's going on in the community, and just looking at, back in 2015, we were seeing, a rebound somewhat from the recession in building permit trends in the community. but not back to what the historic levels were before the recession. And what we've seen in the last 2 years, 2016, 2017, is there's been a significant amount of permitting activity, 1,000 units the last 2 years. And to us, it's indicating a rebound of the market. And specifically notable is the amount of attached and multifamily development that's occurring that makes up a large portion. That red line indicates the average for about the past 17 years, around 600 units per year has been your average. And so the last 2 years definitely being well above that average. In terms of employment, you heard a ton about this already from Jessica, so great update. Things are going well, employment's growing. So what we like to do is compare the change of employment to the change in housing and population. And now when we were here in 2015, there was a significant outpacing of housing growth compared to employment. Employment and population growth were growing at a much quicker rate than housing was here, creating a lot of pressures on the housing market. Since then, with the amount of permit activity you have, it looks like the housing is starting to finally catch up with that employment and population growth. And so the market responding to that sort of lack or constrained housing market that we saw. So a positive sign there. So just to rehash a little bit, supply catching up to demand. We expect demand to continue, especially the forecast that we've seen, as well as your pipeline information. And I mentioned that major shift from single family being the predominant building type before the recession to being only a third of the market now, 2/3 being multifamily. In terms of median home sale price, in 2017, the median home sale price in Longmont was $375,000. We looked at a set of comparable communities along the Northern Front Range from basically Boulder County up through Larimer County and Weld County. And as you can see, Longmont's sort of in the middle in terms of its median home sale price. It's lower than the Boulder County communities, Boulder, Louisville, Lafayette, and Erie to some degree. And then sort of in line with its neighbors, Frederick, Firestone, and Fort Collins, and slightly higher than some. But we've noticed that over the last 3 or 4 years, the gaps between the prices for some of these communities, especially the ones more on the right, are really starting to close. And prices are pretty similar in a lot of places. And if you look at that in terms of the percent change in home price since 2000, you start to see that most of the communities, and Longmont's kind of right in the middle, over the last 17 years, the median home price has doubled from where it was in 2000. A lot of that gain has occurred in the last 4 or 5 years, really since 2012, 2013. And so Longmont's right in the same middle pack as the rest of the communities. You can see some other communities that have really grown a lot. Some of those more lower price communities like Dacono, that are attracting new housing development, their median prices are really starting to catch up to where the rest of the communities are. And so we're seeing a bit of an equalization in terms of pricing and not really a ton of differentiation among the communities. So what we did is we looked at what we called the affordability gap. We compared what a median house or a household in Longmont that earns the median household income, what they could afford for a house. And we did that for the rest of the communities too, based on their median income. And compared that to the median sales price to kind of see what the gap was between what a median household could afford and what the median home sale price is. And so for Longmont, that gap is about $143,000. The gap's sort of in the middle when we compare it to the other communities, but a growing gap. I'm forgetting to remember what it was in 2015 when we were looking at it, but
it was 37,000.
37. Thank you, Kathy. So a substantial increase. Fort Collins, we're doing some work in there, in Fort Collins as well, on similar issues, and they've seen a pretty similar increase in the last few years. So what does this mean? So the home price in the middle of the pack, the median home price has doubled since 2000, and the affordability gap is growing. It's matching with some of its peer communities in Fort Collins, but it's still lower than some of the Boulder communities such as Lafayette, Louisville, and the city of Boulder. So the for sale housing market, what are we seeing? Well, we're seeing, as you just saw, home prices growing, sales sort of flat or sort of at a relative level. So the average home price for all homes in the city is about $400,000, so a little bit more than the median. A single family home, the average price being $421,000. And we saw about 4% annual growth in home prices since 2000 over that long term. Over the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, it's been significantly more than that, as we mentioned. So this is a chart showing the clustering of home sales based on home price. And so what we see here is majority of homes that are selling basically in that $200,000 to $500,000 range, with really the core being that $300,000 to $400,000 range, where most of those single-family homes are selling, or a majority of them. We compared that to where that was in 2014 to show you how the distribution's changing. And so previously, oh, sorry. Yes.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I just wanted to ask for clarification about the low end where there were not sales. Is that because there is no inventory at that price level, or is it because there is no demand at that price level?
I would say there's no inventory, nothing that was on the market selling at that price. And so from 2014 to 2017, you can see the shift of sort of where the market has been. It was a little bit more in that 150 to 300,000 range, and now is fully shifted into that 300,000 to 400,000 range. So there is a pretty big shift in the market. And I will point out that one of the findings we had previously was that the housing market in Longmont is fairly homogeneous. And when I say that, I mean is there's a lot of homes sort of in a similar price range. There's not a lot of diversification, especially in terms on the high end, but even on the low end, as you can see by the sales. And so this just represents the sort of shift in prices in the community. It's just moved. It's not really a massive change in the product that's driving this. It's just that homes that are here are worth more. So this is some more data just broken down in terms of single family versus attached and condo, giving you an indication of how some of those things have changed. Single family home being an average price about $422,000. The attached or condo product being about $316,000. And those have grown steadily. As you can see, just 2 years ago, an attached or condo project, the average price is $244,000. So significant growth in these last 2 years. So we looked at, we updated some data related to the gap in terms of affordability compared to different AMI levels based on Boulder County's AMI, which is different and higher than the city's median household income. And when we were here in 2015, what we were finding, was that the gaps were starting to occur at that 80 to 100 range. They weren't quite there yet in terms of when we compared what the income was at that 80 to 100% of AMI level versus the median sale price. Now what we're finding is that there is a gap at that 80 to 100 range. It's about almost $50,000.
This is Boulder County?
So this is Boulder County AMI compared to the median sale price in Longmont.
Okay, all right.
And the reason why we use Boulder County AMI is because HUD doesn't provide it at a more granular level.
Yeah, thank you.
And also, most housing programs are based off of that HUD definition, so it makes more sense to sort of orient it that way. But it gives you a sense of where on the for sale side, where the affordability issues are occurring, where they were at that 80% AMI level previously, which is right at sort of the point where home ownership is starting to become pretty feasible for most of those households, and has moved into that almost 100% of AMI. And so it's affecting more of those sort of middle home buyers. So kind of went over a lot of this, so I don't need to rehash these points. In terms of rental rates, we've seen significant growth as well compared to, like the for sale market. Interesting thing though is since 2015, the rental rates, the average rental rates in Longmont and in Boulder, Broomfield County, both of those counties, have sort of flattened. They haven't decreased, they haven't declined, but they've sort of leveled out. So, which is an interesting finding, whereas the for sale market has kind of skyrocketed in the last couple of years, the rental side has started to level out a little bit. And which is interesting in that we still see really, really low vacancy rates, both in Longmont and the county overall. You know, the 2.1% vacancy rate in Longmont is basically nothing. I mean, that's sort of like there's no inventory really. And previously, when we were looking at this, Boulder County was a little bit higher, but they've come down as well. And so it continues to be a very tight for rent market. But what we're seeing is rents aren't escalating quite as quickly. I think some of that could be attributed to the amount of new product that's coming online. I think that there's probably some correlation to that. More product providing more opportunities, which would help sort of stem the tide of that growth in terms of rental rates. And so findings related to for rental housing, rental rates at record highs in Longmont and regionally, but those have slowed in the last 2 years, as we mentioned, almost no vacancy. There's a lack of diversity in terms of options similar to the for sale product. Now, I think some of the new rental product that's coming online is helping that. Lack of supply for rental options for that 0 to 30% of AMI. That's true in every community that we work. It's really a very challenging segment to get at. But we also found that rent pressure from higher AMI households had created a lack of options for the lower income folks. That was sort of a finding we had in 2015, is that really the lack of inventory for even the higher income people that want to rent was putting pressure on the lower income folks, whereas more often the lower income households are priced out as a result of that. And now with the new product coming online, I think it's helping that, but we're still seeing that more of the pressure on that lower 30 to 80% AMI level. So to package all of what I just kind of went through into a few bullet points to kind of move us into a discussion on how to approach an affordability program. The lack of production that we were finding in 2015 has changed. We were pretty impressed with the amount of production that's occurred in the last couple of years, so that's a great sign. And it's having some impacts on rental rates for rent products, so that's good. In terms of for sale housing, market experiencing strong growth. It's growing due to a limited amount of production in Longmont. It is a pretty steady and robust growth in terms of prices, but pretty consistent with the neighbors, so not an anomaly here. A lot of the surrounding communities are having the same issues. And we're finding that under 100% AMI group is really the ones that are having the most difficulty finding a home to afford. In terms of the rental market, it's still somewhat constrained, but as I mentioned, that production that's occurred in the last couple of years is really helping with that. Rental market is still at basically zero vacancy, has been for several years, indicating more demand. And we still think that 50% of AMI, 50 to 60% AMI is really the group that's having the hardest time finding affordable rental units. And so the targets that we developed, and we'll talk about those in a minute in terms of the Envision Longmont work, hold true pretty well still. And so in terms of where you want to focus your efforts, we have a pretty good feeling of the AMI levels to focus on. So I threw a lot of stats at you very quickly. So any questions, clarifications, I'm happy to go back and talk through stuff.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. You said that lack of supply hurts the lower income the most. That was in bold on that slide previously, I believe.
Yep.
In the communities in Boulder County that already have inclusionary zoning, do you find that that has affected the number of units built after it had been implemented? How does that affect the number of units built in those communities after the policy is implemented?
So if I am understanding your question, it is, does the policy affect the market pressure and the volume of construction going on prior or after?
Yeah, have you seen any cause and effect?
Well,
or have you
we
studied
have
that?
not studied that.
Yeah.
So to be totally straight, we don't know the answer to that question by submarket in terms of the communities where it has been adopted and where it hasn't. In general, and we do, interestingly enough, when you look, we've got a slide here in a few slides about all of the communities across the country that have adopted these programs. There are a handful clustered in the Colorado Mountain communities that stand out as some of the only ones between the coasts. And we've been working in Colorado Mountain communities for about 30 years. So we understand them fairly well. And I can tell you there, it's a little different market, but it hasn't slowed down the pace of the market at all.
I would, if you ever come back, if you could have those statistics, that would be good, because I know that besides Boulder, isn't it Louisville and Lafayette that have those, or is it just Lafayette? Louisville does too? Yeah. But those two are newer at it, and I'd like to see if there's any cause and effect. I would like some data on that.
So I think Kathy just said just Lafayette. Yeah, that makes sense. Is that correct? Is that correct, Kathy? So why don't you come on up?
So in the past, Lafayette had an inclusionary zoning ordinance. They started theirs after we did, but they repealed it about the same time that we did. I don't think Louisville ever had one unless it was incentive driven. I don't believe so. And Lafayette does not.
What we could try to do is look at Denver. Denver's been fairly progressive lately, and that data shouldn't be too hard to get our hands on. And they have two steps.
Denver would be less comparable to Longmont, though. They've
True.
got economic strengths that we don't have here.
Yeah, different scales without a doubt. That's the challenge with trying to find a comp. Mountain communities are going to be too small. Denver's going to be too big. But we will
think about it.
Yeah.
All right.
We will. So at this point, we're about halfway through our slide deck, and the last half, we want to talk about what to do in terms of approaches for inclusionary housing, and what policy approaches exist that you can choose from to address the challenges that we've just identified with all the data. Generally, they fall into two different categories: incentives and mandates. And if you are looking for the qualities of a community that has mandates, we looked at all of the communities in the country that have mandates and found the correlation among them in terms of characteristics. Strong market pressure, significant gap between the price of market rate housing and what comes on, or what is affordable to anyone below 100% of AMI. A very strong economic base, very high jobs housing imbalance. Oftentimes there's a geography that makes the land supply very constrained. And then lack of regional options or alternatives. So when you have these characteristics, most communities move into the mandate. And the question here tonight is if incentives have been adequate or if it's time to make that shift into mandates as well. Generally, one of the other important factors to think about is the concept of time. And what's true in Longmont in 2008, in 2015, in 2018, and 2020, 2025 down the road. What's going on with the Boulder County housing market? What's going on with the Longmont housing market? And if you look at Boulder, if you look at the communities in Boulder County, the land supply is only becoming more constrained, and home prices are only going up. And the data certainly bear that out. And so particularly in light of the trends that we see in Boulder County, it's important to take that into consideration when you look at the qualities of a mandate community.
So we went through each of these qualities and kind of gave our assessment of how.
Sorry, Councilmember Martin?
Yep.
And just everybody on council, just yell if I miss you. I'm listening and not looking at my little screen.
That's why I sit where I can poke in.
There you go. Poke on.
Yeah. We are in parallel to this discussion considering a major overhaul of our land use ordinances and zoning reform. And so we also have what I perceive as a third category, which is changes in zoning that affect supply of affordable housing, things like smaller lots, higher density allowed, less open space, all that stuff, things that affect the expense of new development. Are those categorized as mandates because they are in the code, or as incentives because they do give developers more freedom about what they build?
Well, generally, I would think that they're sort of incentives. But that kind of depends on how you apply the changes to the development code. Now, if you're making it, so going back to the comp plan, we were finding a constrained housing market, the need to grow, a need to diversify the product type, attract more sort of infill development as the community has reached its edge. And so I think a lot of what the changes that you guys are considering to your development code are to facilitate more infill, to facilitate more multifamily, denser housing products to try to accommodate that growth. But in terms of considering, is it an incentive? As once you create it, it sort of becomes the by right. And so it incentivizes or provides a better opportunity for landowners and developers to build the product type that you want. But as you if you're allowing them to build to sort of the maximum height that you want or the maximum density that you want, there isn't an added bonuses you can really give to them in terms of if they kick in more affordable housing. And so that's something to weigh as you're doing that, is that you can use the development code as a tool to create some incentive to get things like affordable housing or growth near transit stations if you are perhaps hold back a little bit of that entitlement. So something to consider.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'd like to point out to the people new on the council that for 3 years we have had incentives. We've had height incentives, or height bonuses, density bonuses, fee waivers, fee reductions, by right agreements, and we have not gotten one single unit. So we have been doing the incentive thing for 3 years now.
So as we measured the qualities of mandate communities and compared them to what's going on in Longmont. So in terms of market pressure for housing, there appears to be strong demand for housing, and that's in the city of Longmont, but also Boulder County overall. We can see all of these communities, the prices are growing. There's a lot of desirability to live in Boulder County. And so it's our opinion that is occurring now and will continue into the future. Is there a gap between what's affordable and what's market rate? Yes, as we presented, that there's a growing gap between what the median household can afford and what the median income, or sorry, the median home price is. So there is a gap. It's still less than some of your neighbors in terms of Boulder and the other Boulder County communities. It's similar to some of the more larger communities along the Northern Front Range, Loveland and Fort Collins, for instance. So there is a gap. It's growing. Strong economic base and growth. Employment is growing. We heard that earlier, but we still have many residents that are working outside of the city. And so choosing Longmont as a great place to live, perhaps because it's affordable compared to other options, but still commuting to Denver and Boulder. But that's changing too. We were really shocked by Jessica's presentation in terms of the amount or the percent of people that were living and working and how that's changed over the last 3 or 4 years. So that speaks to this growing economic base. In terms of jobs, housing imbalance, Longmont has a really great jobs housing balance, so there isn't really an issue there. Constrained limited land supply, as you know, that the city is reaching the end of sort of its greenfield sites in terms of new housing. So lack of land supply is becoming an issue. And then lack of regional options or alternatives. And what we've really found, and what was kind of illuminating to me or surprising me, is that how sort of homogeneous the home price in the market is in terms of the comparable cities or the cities around Longmont. I think intuitively we assume that it might still be cheaper to drive out to Dacono or a Firestone or a Frederick or a Berthoud or some other communities, perhaps to find an affordable option. What we're seeing is those don't really exist as much anymore. A lot of the prices are pretty similar in a lot of these communities. And so we did sort of a qualitative assessment, a quantitative and qualitative assessment of how Longmont stacks up to some other communities that have a mandatory program, such as Denver, Boulder, Arlington County, Virginia, San Francisco, and just sort of measuring on a relative scale of 1 to 10 where Longmont sort of stacked up. And sort of the point of this illustration was that some of these communities that had these mandatory tools have very strong forces that sort of necessitate the need of, or necessitate a mandatory approach because they can't change them. They can't change the fact that they're surrounded by an ocean or have limited land supply. They can't change the fact that they don't have they don't have other regional alternatives. They have really strong economic growth and housing growth. And so what we found back then was Longmont wasn't quite to the point where some of these communities are, but what we are seeing is that these continue to change and sort of move in that direction more and more towards a community that's having to address some of these issues.
So this is the map of the country that we mentioned a few minutes ago, and you can tell that the areas that have adopted these types of programs are on either coast in these affluent communities where the home prices are very high, with a pocket of activity here in Colorado, not only in the mountain communities but on the Front Range. Denver and Boulder, some of these have been very progressive in terms of adopting these standards. This is where it gets a little complicated. For communities that want to adopt a mandate, there's basically two ways to do it. There's inclusionary zoning, and then there's linkage. And under linkage, there's commercial linkage and residential linkage. Ultimately, you can pick and choose, and you can do an IZO on residential and commercial linkage on that side of the spectrum to combine approaches based on what's going on in a community and the need to create housing from the different types of uses. If you look at the slide, some of the bullets here, IZO, it's a set-aside, a required set-aside that can be established by an adoption of a goal by council. On the overall scheme of things, relatively easy compared to linkage fees, which have to be documented through a nexus study. So you have to do a nexus for residential, you have to do a nexus for commercial.
Why? Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Councilmember Waters. You need to.
My question was a couple of slides back.
Sorry. Okay.
So, just so we were all working off the same baseline. A week ago Friday, when you all met with the developers, there was a statistic cited by one of the developers that 2/3 of our workforce commutes into Longmont each day. And I heard in the report earlier this evening that 50%. It would be useful for me to know which is the number, or where do you get your data? Do you have a percentage? Whoever the developer was, it said 2/3. We heard 50%. It would be useful, just as we think about workforce housing, that we're all working with the same number.
Yeah. So part of it is different data sources now. So typically we use a census measure, a tool called the Location Employer Housing Dynamics, LEHD. And that measures that commuting flow, but it's a little bit dated. It lags a couple of years as the census gathers data and then extrapolates it. What we were hearing is that actually a pretty robust effort done by your economic development folks to do primary research into primary employers to figure out how many people are living and working in the community. And so their data is more up to date, but it also I think is only targeted to primary employment and not necessarily the service sector. And so it's possible that both those statistics are correct. They might just be speaking to two different populations. So.
Yeah, in general, I was just confirming all of that. It's primary research that we do through Longmont Economic Development Partnership. It is primary employment. And so you do lose that secondary employment number in what we're reporting.
Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Can you give us an operational description of what a nexus study is? I don't know.
Sure.
Why we need one.
It creates the connection. Oftentimes they're referred to as linkage studies. So it links the land use to the beneficiaries. And it's really important to hold on to the word beneficiaries, because who benefits from a linkage program? In the case of commercial employers and commercial developers, it's the ability for them to find labor. So they're the beneficiaries. And you link the benefits to the land use, quantify the linkage. For example, not to get too much in the weeds, but we do these linkage studies for commercial uses, and we know that restaurants generate about 8 employees per 1,000 square feet, and retail historically has generated about 2 employees per 1,000. That's probably dropping. And so you look at the composition of a development, understand what uses are in that, apply these ratios, and understand how many employees would be generated by that development, and then based on the wages provided to those employees, household income, and the characteristics of the housing market in that given community, what percentage of employees can afford to participate in market rate housing, and what percentage of employees can't. And so that becomes the opportunity to then create a linkage requirement between those uses and the policy that you would adopt. Oftentimes it's expressed in a range, and municipalities have the opportunity to place the actual threshold within that range at the higher or lower end within the range that's legally defensible.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I have 2 questions. Actually, I'm glad you explained that linkage fee for both. We rejected that before, and I think most of us felt that that would, even though it would be good to have a nexus study, I think a lot of us rejected that, feeling that it would depress the willingness of people to build here, and also that it would depress businesses, the commercial linkage fee. But I don't know, would you give me some opinion about what you've seen? Also, now I forget what I actually was going to ask. Well, I'll think about it later.
Well, you have the perfect segue into our next slide,
Oh,
unless
okay.
there are any other questions.
Keep going.
So some of the issues with these programs, linkage and IZO, because rent control is illegal in Colorado, the inclusionary zoning, there was a case that worked its way up through from Telluride and is known as the Telluride decision. Inclusionary zoning can only apply to ownership product. It can't apply to rental product. The only way to capture rental product into a program is to either adopt a linkage program or follow the precedent set by the City of Boulder, which is progressive. They're the only municipality in the state that has actually captured multifamily development under an IZO program. City of Denver had an IZO, was very motivated to capture multifamily, and in fact went to a linkage, commercial and residential linkage, and coupled that with a property tax. Collectively, it generates a significant amount of money. But there's a multifaceted program, and it's a lot of different tools and a lot of different irons in the fire, if you will.
Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. When you said that the Boulder program that captures multifamily housing into IZO is progressive, that's a word that has a lot of different meanings. Can you explain what you meant?
Other city attorneys around the state have expressed concern about following down that same path because it might be a little pushing the envelope a little bit more than what other communities might do.
I mean, it might be construed to be rent control at some point.
Yeah, I mean, and we're not attorneys, so we don't understand exactly the decisions that office went through, but along those lines. So I think that actually, let's move on into sample approaches in Colorado. Aspen, who literally has been setting the standard for housing programs nationally since the late 60s, they have the mandatory IZO, and they also have commercial linkage, and they also have residential linkage. In Aspen, you can't have enough, right? So Boulder has mandatory IZO and commercial linkage. Denver has commercial linkage and residential linkage. Durango, just the IZO. Eagle County, IZO commercial linkage. Glenwood, IZO, Crested Butte, IZO, Vail, both IZO and commercial linkage. We have 3 examples that we are going to drill down into right now, and the first of that is Boulder. They do have and this is some territory we just covered, but they do have the mandatory IZO, and it covers for sale and for rent. Only community to have an IZO covering rental. They also have the commercial linkage fee. Their inclusionary requirement, 20% of units, and that's slated to increase in July of 2018 to 25%. Is it replicable? That's the question that we were asking, and that would be ultimately to pull in some legal insight that we don't specifically have, but other cities have chosen not to replicate. It does provide ongoing revenue sources, both from the commercial linkage fee as well as fees in lieu that are derived from the IZO. Denver is an interesting example. It's one of the few cities one of the few major cities that is not on one of the coasts that has been progressive on this. And we advised the city on a variety of steps, and there were many people championing the cause in terms of their adoption of linkage in lieu of IZO. And part of it is that the market is very hot in Denver. And particularly the rental market, which was, as those units came online, they were not being captured within any of the mitigation requirements. So a strong motivation, and with the inclusion of the property tax, they were able to reduce the requirement on the rental, on the ownership, which I should say on the residential side of things, which brought in some support, and they balanced out the rest of the program with the property tax, therefore collectively got enough support across the continuum, and we're able to get that through.
Also add that they're doing pretty creative things related to density bonuses. They've just recently passed a incentive in the 38th and Blake transit station area that essentially allows height to go from 8 to 16 stories if you include a portion of units as affordable, or a portion of the development, I should say, as affordable. It applies to all uses. But with that, they're also coupling it with very sharp parking reductions as well, which creates that financial incentive. And they're seeing, with the work through some development projects that have been coming through, some really strong interest from the development community. And so a message there that incentives do work in a way, but they also a message in that they were pretty aggressive with what they were giving in terms of incentives, and that was motivating developers.
The linkage programs were adopted a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. The land use policy element Matt was just talking about was adopted 3 weeks ago. Yeah. So, but the council definitely saw the need for a multifaceted approach with a land use policy component to work in conjunction with the financial requirements from the linkage programs.
And then we wanted to touch on one just example of community that doesn't have an IZO or a linkage program, but just similar issues, and especially because we're doing a fair amount of work with them. But the city of Fort Collins doesn't have a mandate program. They have incentives for affordable development, but they're mainly regulatory, so development standard related, not financial. Similar goal, the same goal, 10% of units being affordable by 2040. But one thing that they're doing that's a pretty strong effort is they created an affordable housing land bank, and it's been their main tool to create new units. And they've done a very good job of managing their land assets, utilizing a pretty minimal upfront dedication of funds from the general fund to start to buy land, and they've kind of grown their assets. And they've also traded assets, sold assets, and actually managed their land and as like a private sector entity to create more value and to get sites that are better suited for affordable housing. So what they're running into now, though, is that while that's strong, they don't have the funding to continue to back that type of program and really create the dent of housing that they need. And so they're also considering things, I'm not sure if they're ready to reconsider a mandate, but I think moving towards that, but also identifying the need that they need a permanent revenue source. It was a message that we had to you all back in 2014, 2015, that just the mandate program alone or just the incentive program alone is not going to get it done, and we're going to cover that a little bit more going on. But communities that are doing a really good job at this have multiple tools that they're using. They have a permanent revenue source, like we mentioned in Denver with their property tax. They have a mandate. They also have incentives. And so just realizing that just adopting one policy or one program isn't, we think in our perspective, the only route to go. You need to build on those and find ways to have all portions of the community kind of sharing in that. So just a little bit, just to clarify a little bit things, the relationship between a goal and a target. So the city of Longmont has a goal of 10% of units being permanently affordable. Most communities adopt, not most, a lot of communities adopt a goal that's sort of similar, an X% of units that are affordable by a certain date. Now, when we talk about mandatory programs and requirements or targets, they don't necessarily have to be the same number. Some communities have different numbers, so that's something to consider. There's a spectrum of different communities in Colorado that have a mandate program, or had in Denver's case, to illustrate where they are in terms of that spectrum in terms of their mandate, but recognizing that their goal doesn't necessarily always match the mandate. So in our opinion, if you were to start a mandate program, and especially we think that there's a strong indication that the for-sale market is at a point where perhaps that's a good solution. Thinking starting at that 10% range where Denver was at, and where a lot of communities do consider starting where you were previously, would be the best place to start in terms of a requirement if you were headed towards a mandatory IZO program, and having that grown. And I think what the messages from these other communities, Aspen, Boulder, Telluride, they've had these programs in place for many years, is they've grown towards their targets. They didn't start out at these high numbers. They've had to kind of grow with them and see where the market will allow them to go.
Quick question. So my understanding is, just so to be clear, Boulder, Louisville, Lafayette, Erie all have higher median home prices than Longmont, correct?
Yes.
Does Erie, Louisville, or Lafayette, we know Boulder does, do they have any type of affordable housing programs?
They don't. I think they have programs in terms of affordable housing. They don't have a mandatory program, so they don't have an IZO or a linkage program.
All right. So essentially, theoretically, if I thought I belonged in Louisville or Lafayette to work, at least I could live in Longmont, and we would be providing them affordable housing.
In theory, although I think your economic base is a lot bigger than them, so less likely that that's the case. Okay. It's more, might be the other way, to be honest.
All right. Great. Thank you.
I just want to remind council that the other communities have adopted the 12% countywide goal, except for Erie has not yet, but we are talking with them.
And so just to go over incentive programs to sort of give the other side of the coin there, and this is material that we shared with some of this material that we shared with you previously, but incentive programs, so they're hard to do successfully. I think that we found that in the last couple of years. The qualities of places where incentives are appropriate are not much different than mandates. The key element is a strong, continuous market pressure, and being able to have the development market be able to absorb the costs related to mandates. And having a desire to continue developing in a community because they see that strong demand despite the need to include units. So keys to making incentives work: market demand for the incentives. You have to create incentives that are actually valued by the development community. And that's the tough thing. It's tough to find that. I think I was a little surprised in terms of Denver and the amount of incentive that they were providing and their new approaches. And I think it illustrates that you really have to give away a lot. And sometimes that's difficult, both on a financial standpoint and a regulatory framework in a community like Longmont. In Denver, where you have places where people want to go to 16 stories, it's a little bit easier. I'm not sure that's necessarily the case here. You know, doubling entitlements in, some of your more dense areas might be going 4 to 8 stories, and that's sort of a significant jump for you all. So just an issue or something that makes it challenging. And I think also the challenging elements that we've heard in terms of your implementation is a little bit of disconnect with the land use plan in that, as I mentioned earlier, you have to have development regulations that somewhat kind of constrain the entitlements that are allowed to create that incentive for the developer to want to provide that. And so it's a tough juxtaposition you have in this community in that you're wanting to encourage and fill, you're wanting to transform some of these places into more mixed-use, vibrant areas, but at the same time, if you were trying to make incentives work, you're kind of playing against that and trying to tamper down what people can do in terms of, in a way to try to entice them into using the incentives. So that's a challenge. And then again, we already mentioned that inability perhaps to offer an incentive that's large enough to get attention for the development community to want to go through the headaches if they don't have to. So what's Longmont's goal? We've sort of already talked about this a little bit, but just kind of rehashing what came out of Envision Longmont and how that sort of impacts. So what we identified in the comp plan was a goal of 10% of the housing stocks to be permanently affordable. Yeah, sorry. So if you were achieving that goal today, that would mean you would have about 3,800 units that were permanently affordable. As Kathy mentioned, that the countywide goal that all the communities are adopting is 12%. But we don't necessarily think that you have to have the same exact goal as the countywide goal. You're all sort of contributing to that, and so kind of finding your place in that is fine. But it could be something you might want to consider. In terms of for sale housing, in the comp plan, we targeted households earning less than 80% of AMI as groups you really need to focus on in terms of providing affordable housing. As we've seen in the data tonight, that's growing to that 100% of AMI. So considering targeting a little bit higher. For rent.
What number, what is the annual salary at 80% of AMI? Does somebody know that? Meaning, I mean, just what's the number?
So do you have it specifically, or?
For a family of four, it's about 68,000.
Yeah.
That's family of four, 68,000 is 80%
It's about
of AMI.
40 some for a single individual.
Okay, cool, thank you. I knew you'd have that, Kathy.
And then in terms of rental, that group of households that earn less than 50% of AMI and perhaps even up to 60% of AMI are your targets. And we think those are pretty strong still. We think those general ranges, perhaps a little bit higher, still make sense. And so how do we get to a goal? You may know that you have about 1,500 units currently that are affordable. So a big part of maintaining or getting you to the goal is to maintain the affordability of those units, something that a lot of communities are challenged with, especially as the affordability period expires on things like tax credit projects and other similar housing. Plus, attracting new units is the other place to get to the goal. And as we sort of mentioned earlier, there are many tools that you're going to need to be able to achieve that goal. And so adopting a mandate and or incentive program, coupling together, is one step. But you're also increasing revenues to fund projects, perhaps establishing a land bank or trust to help preserve sites for affordable housing, growing partnerships. You already have pretty strong partnerships in the city and in the county, but to continue to grow that sort of reservoir of affordable housing developers and advocates. And then in acquiring and converting existing market rate units, targeting perhaps some of those B and C class older apartment products. Denver's actually doing an interesting thing now in that they're trying to develop incentives in a fund to provide low interest loans to older apartment unit owners and be able to use these loans to reinvest in your property. You have to set aside 1% of your units as affordable, but it gives very favorable financing terms for these property owners to refinance and reinvest in their products, but in return getting some units. So just a reminder, there are multiple tools that you can and probably should use to try to get to your goal.
We have 2 slides left, and then Kathy's going to walk us through some specific questions for council discussion. Issues to consider with a mandatory inclusionary housing program. Benefits. There's pros and cons to any policy that a community might adopt. The benefits is that there will be an increase in the number of units affordable to households earning less than 80% of AMI, although you can choose what threshold to set that at. Risks, there are risks associated with any new program. There will be an increase in cost to the balance of the units. That's important to recognize. It may impact the overall market and the amount of development that occurs and the pace of that development. And there's complexity associated with any of these programs. The ways to mitigate some of these impacts, I just want to highlight 3 of them. When Longmont, in the Great Recession, everywhere, no community was completely insulated from that at all. In Longmont specifically, contraction of 15 to 20%. It's important to note now that if we do target a 80% of AMI threshold, that will come in at about half of what the price point is for new housing. So we're already starting with a 50% delta. And if the market contracts by 15 to 20% again, which was pretty severe, there's still that kind of buffer for anyone who comes into an affordable unit. The other is price caps. Oh, what to do? What tools does the city have in the event that another extreme recession occurs like that? 2 of the most important elements of the inventory and managing the inventory are price caps or occupancy requirements. Most communities require those that are occupying the unit to be full-time employees. The whole goal is to make the supply of talent and labor that much more robust. That's a baseline requirement. The other is a cap on appreciation. You have ways that you can affect one or the other to mitigate the impacts and keep the program intact in the event of a severe contraction in the economy. I think we'll just close there. And then the last slide is something, where are we on? In terms of questions. What was that next slide? That was pretty good. All right. Kathy, you want to take it from here in terms of walking through these questions?
Yeah, I started reading it. Can we see that next slide?
Okay, that's it.
No, not the one before. Was that in there?
It was not. That was when I was playing around with of whether or not to provide. I think this gets too far into the weeds.
Right.
For where we're at right now. So if we look at the questions that we have got and that we put forth in the, first of all, I guess I should say, are there any other questions for EPS? And they're going to stay here as well because as we get into this, they may have opinions that you might want on some of the questions as well.
Keep the meter running. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. So one question I had, which was the one that I couldn't remember before, is that you said that there was a good jobs housing balance. What do you mean by that?
Well, you have roughly the same amount of households as you do jobs in the community. There's about 38,000 jobs, about 38,000 households. Some communities, especially in mountain communities, they have a hard time matching the workforce, the amount of jobs to the amount of housing units.
Yeah.
And some places where they're, in New York City or San Francisco, you might have a lot more jobs than you have housing. In mountain communities like Aspen, it's not necessarily just jobs to housing, it's housing for people that actually work there versus jobs. And so it's one of those indicators. If there's an imbalance and something that's creating that imbalance, it's prudent to perhaps do something about that with some sort of program. And this, I would say, of all the indicators in Longmont, that's the one that's less, that has showing the lowest need, I would say, for a program in that you have a very good balance in terms of jobs and housing.
Yeah, but we don't have a very good balance in terms of affordable housing. And so the problem is also, aside from the fact that many people come in here, many people, I thought it was something like 30% of the people living here have to go elsewhere to find jobs that will pay enough for them to live here. So that's another issue. And There's another thing and of course our wages have been flat, as you pointed out in here. Our wages have been flat for a very, very long time, adjusted for inflation. And so that the wages stay flat, the price escalates, and that's not a good job thing. I mean, a good jobs housing balance. The other thing is we're taking our statistics of how much people make here from different sources. And all of them that we take them from are before tax. So the actual amount people have left is 25% less. So when we take HUD's definition of a $40,000 affordable is the AMI for a single person household. I don't know where they get that. I think they get that from the Labor Department. But that's not the same as what the Census Department and the Community Survey says, which is, and that's also, as you said, that comes from Boulder County because they don't break it down. So that's artificially high. If you take what the Census Bureau says and the Community Survey says, they say that the area median per head income is $30,000. So that's a very big difference. When you're talking about the difference between averages, it's about 20% higher than median. So we're getting sources from all over that bump up what people are actually making in Longmont.
Right. There's a lot of moving pieces, particularly on household size. And HUD adjusts income by household size in a way that is, the average household size in most communities is 2.5 persons. So, and yet a lot of times the HUD industry standard is to take 4 persons per home, which inflates that earning power over what most households actually have.
Yeah, but they do, as Kathy said, adjust it for, so it's $68,000 for Boulder County for a family of 4 and $40,000 for a single person. So they do have a metric for that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. One thing that we have not heard in this discussion, a class of data that we haven't discussed, and maybe it's because it's not very available and we need to do primary research, so I'm not blaming anybody, but we have not discussed the distribution of demand. I mean, how many of the people that are housing burdened are in the 30 and under, 50 and under, and so on. And we also haven't discussed, and this is something that we discussed a week ago Friday with our local development community, I think very constructively, that we might get graduations in the way that the mandate is applied, right? So if you have a builder that is building market rate housing, but it is targeted at the to be affordable by the 80 to 100% AMI, they should not have to produce as many affordable units or credits as somebody who is building housing that you have to be at 150% of AMI even to look at. So, we haven't really discussed what can be done there, and if the other communities that are doing a mandate are doing something like that, we haven't heard about it. Do you know of any models that are applied that way?
Oftentimes, the policy is set that, for example, 10% of units have to be set aside at 80% of AMI, and you can quantify what that dollar amount is in terms of the investment on the part of the developer. If there's a proposal to do a higher income target, then there needs to be more units to hit that same target. Or if you wanted to drop down to lower levels of affordability, you can get away with fewer units. You can provide fewer units as long as the dollar amount still equates to what it would be at 80% of AMI. And if that's a way to create a standard that's consistently applied across all development applications, and it simplifies the enforcement of the ordinance.
Okay,
I know you were.
I'm not sure that it is consistent with, is because because it doesn't incentivize the development of the kind of housing that we need the most, which is the workforce housing.
So in getting into some of our questions, we may be answering that a little
Yeah,
bit.
if we can put a placeholder on that question right there, and then as we work through these questions, we will come back to that. And at that point, the answer may be clearer, and if not, we can get into more detail.
I just wanted to make one point though. Back in when we were doing the comp plan and we were doing this work in 2015, we did look at gaps in terms of for sale and for rent, in terms of the amount of households that are at different AMI levels, and the number of households that are renting at certain levels or being sold at certain levels. So that data, we have that. It's a couple of years old, and I don't think it's out of date. It indicates where your gaps are, and it's a good clue of where you should be targeting. So we do have those to reference.
All right, so the first question that we have listed is about the affordable below 80% AMI versus workforce, maybe up to that 110% AMI level, and what we should be targeting within inclusionary housing ordinance. And I'm going to click back to this slide back here, which shows the gaps. There. So the thing with inclusionary housing, as you impose it, you really have to make sure that you have, as Matt indicated, a significant difference between the deed restricted price, or the price affordable sales price, and the market price. Otherwise, you're going to have too narrow of a market that's available to purchase the units. The appreciation that happens is going to keep closing the gap with the market prices as they turn over and sell during the period of affordability. And this has significantly changed from the 2015 data that we had. So when we first looked at this in 2015, the folks that were in the 61 to 80% AMI level, that was pretty much affordable with about $250 to spare. So they were able to purchase market units in that gap. And now there is a $160,000 almost gap between their ability to purchase a market rate unit and what they can afford. The 81 to 100% target was affordable with $110,000 to spare. So people in that income range could afford most anything on the market up to additional $110,000. And now there is about a $47,000 gap. So it has changed significantly in the 2 years since that we looked at this. So the question is, if you look at the 81 to 100% and there's a gap of 47,000, that is something that we could meet with the incentive program, offering that to developers, maybe a local down payment assistance program to provide assistance for them to get into housing that is less intrusive and doesn't tie up the equity as much, versus that 80% AMI level, that $160,000 subsidy is needed. That would appear, and correct me if I'm wrong, the area that we probably should be focusing inclusionary housing on. It's the significant subsidy that needs to happen. It's a significant gap. It could have the most impact, and it could have the longest effect and stay affordable for longer because of the difference between the affordability and the market prices.
What was the percentage that you said that you think that we should focus on?
The difference between market and affordable?
No, the what you're saying, 60 to 80 was what you said?
Yes. Okay. With the 81 to 100 that will do some other things to try and fill that gap.
Okay. All right, any comments, questions? Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I think I've had conversations with a number of my fellow council members as well as city staff and some developers along the lines of this particular line of questioning. And what I still come back to the point that I don't consider 80% or 81% and above to be included in any sort of inclusionary zoning concept. But therefore, we use the inclusionary zoning concept as an incentive where if you are going to build that gap of the 80 to 100%, I'm actually fine bringing down, if not, depending on how much you're going to provide, bring down, if not altogether, waive what would be the 10 to 12% range to provide that flexibility. So we're getting the product we need. We're not imposing the 10 to 12% on the workforce housing. And so that's the kind of flexibility that I would like to see out of any sort of ordinance that comes out of this council.
It's a good idea. Mayor Pro Tem? Actually, you know what? Sorry. Councilmember Peck, we haven't heard from you this meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Aaron, or Councilman Rodriguez, explain to me again, say that one more time. You're basically saying the 81 to 100% we don't need to incentivize?
No, it is an incentive.
Mandate. That's okay. That's what Kathy was saying. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro
Wait a
Tem.
minute. Can I interject a question?
Sure, go ahead.
If I understand the concept, I think I understand the concept. The question would be, how do you know what a developer will sell his or her homes for?
Yeah, go ahead.
I believe the key word that was bandied about in our meeting on Friday with the development community was certificate of occupancy, and that is the final hammer. And so if at the end of the day we are not seeing the price points that we want, we can withhold the CO until we get the payment we get, or they provide the product that was promised.
Do you want some feedback?
Go ahead.
It is, that puts a lot of pressure on the CO step. And if a market is red hot and over the course of the 9 months of construction, homes are appreciating at 10% plus per year. If new home sale prices are $470,000 over the course of the year, it could go up $50,000 during a home takes 9 to 12 months to construct, plus or minus. Anyway, there's a big delta that can occur between permit and CO. And it's going to be really hard to tell the developer, the market, you could get this, but you committed to this and you have to fit within this, and we're withholding your CO because, there may be other ways to achieve your same goal, but this specific set of mechanisms might be too much pressure in the wrong parts of the process.
So the other thing that I'm concerned about that would happen is every developer is going to say, well, we'll meet that 100% AMI, and therefore we don't have to do anything else. You don't have a deed restriction, you don't have anything to keep it from appreciating. The first sale is going to take it out of that affordability, if homes keep appreciating. So I don't know how you would impose any inclusionary housing mandate then to get to, unless we're okay, only serving 100% AMI.
Mayor Pro Tem Christensen.
Thank you. Yeah, I do think, I know we're talking about workforce housing. We've been talking about that because of developers, and that's a need. But as we know from what you presented, and also the Lincoln Institute and the, what is this? Well, the previous report that was really very, very comprehensive that you included in our original discussion of the 23rd of January. The people who are most affected, who have the biggest problem, are people under 50%. And this is also a problem for the homeless because they can't get out of being homeless because we have some transition housing here. We have nothing for people to get into at the lower end. We really need to address the lower end and move our way up. And I do think we can provide some flexibility with workforce housing. We need flexibility with everything. As you said, there's no one hammer. We're trying to provide incentives, which we have provided, and we also need now to try mandates because the incentives alone haven't worked. But the incentives, perhaps if we mandate something, then people will be incentivized to use the incentives. And then we will get more of what we need. I do think, though, that working on 50% and below is what we need, where we need to start, because those are the people most affected and most likely to become homeless or to be living in really dire straits. And there are plenty of statistics about how cost-burdened a huge proportion of our population is.
So just as a clarification, inclusionary housing doesn't normally, other than through rental, get to 50% and below. Your sweet spot really is that 61 to 80, maybe above if your market is correct, for sale. You don't want to set people up for failure, and a 50% AMI income isn't likely to be able to sustain homeownership for very long in this market.
I would agree, and I think Habitat for Humanity might be the exception, but they're, you know, it's just very, very low monthly payments. The placeholder that we will get to, but what might be of interest to talk about now is fees in lieu. Because if a developer doesn't want to build a product, but pays fees in lieu, and if you have a staff that is sophisticated and understands programs and can administer programs through fees in lieu, and you're fortunate to have the institutional knowledge Kathy brings, you can do anything you want. If a given year the target is 80 to 100, direct the staff for this year, we're going to use our fees in lieu at this level. If another year it's 50%, what have you, you can shift your use of the dollars to target the populations that are the highest priority based on the consensus of the community. It gives you a lot of latitude. You do have to have a staff that knows what's going on. You do. And you have a little flexibility. Harold?
So one of the things I wanted to talk about and Kathy touched on this, so when we talk about incentives, the incentives have always been focused on 80% and below. The incentives do not apply to that 81 to 100% category in terms of the workforce housing. And so one of the things I generally heard from folks is on that, and if I missed this, then tell me, what I was sensing is actually making the incentives available up to 100%. Because right now, if I'm building a house at 90%, I get no incentives. If I'm building a house at 75%, then I can get the incentives.
I'm just going. There's people in the queue, but I haven't said anything, so I'm just going to jump in just for a second. I guess what I also heard was that things are just getting worse, meaning that this graph here, the 81 to 100 and the 100 to 120. I mean, this isn't even. I also heard that this isn't accurate. It's already worse, and then as we continue to move up, it will continue to get worse. Another thing that I'm sitting here thinking is that. I mean, again, what I struggle with is I'm not an expert in this, and occasionally I get frustrated because I want to be an expert, but I'm not. You guys are experts. At least you're. My dad always said an expert is anybody who lives more than 30 miles away and who has a carousel slides. So for you guys qualify. But I guess as I look at those, I guess in my mind, when I talk to my fellow council members. And when I talk to members of the community, I think that on one hand, you want to do a little something to satisfy that itch that we all have to help other people who are less fortunate without being such a burden on developers in our community that it's going to make economic development and the economy slow down or go stagnant. But at the same time, we need to make sure that we're focusing on that, 60, but really 80 to 120% to make sure that we're providing the housing for the people who are actually going to be contributing to our economy, the people who are going to be doing the jobs that our businesses need that currently or very soon are going to be struggling to afford homes. And I guess I would want what I would like is just to be fed. This is what I think you should do, given your economy and given all the pros and cons, and then we can push back and pepper holes in a plan. But because, I mean, if we go through those list of questions, my concern is, I mean, I want free housing for everybody, you know, but.
It's not free.
No, I know, but that's
It
my
will not
point.
be free.
I mean, my point is, yeah, let's get all the homeless off the street. Let's give them housing. Let's get all firefighters and nurses homes, and but the question is, what do we do to hit that sweet spot where we're taking the limited resources that we have and using it to get the economic bang that we need, but without stopping development, without stopping the economy, and at the same time carving some out to help those who are elderly, living in supportive housing, that can, you know, really use our help. I guess that's what I want, and I just don't even know where to begin to suggest what it should look like. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I thought it was a good argument, what you were saying about the housing stock appreciating while it's being built, and that creates problems with not collecting the fees in lieu until the certificate of occupancy. But if you would collect the fees in lieu at the permitting stage, and then rebate them if the developer met the target of staying affordable, then that gives benefits on both sides. Okay, you get your exemption. The city has a little wiggle room in terms of having the money to play with in the meantime, and it does incent. We really want downward pressure on the rate of appreciation of housing, and it gives you that. So what about doing it that way?
I mean, that sounds appealing. I think generally the idea that you're getting at is good. I think it's just thinking through the logistics of it, and I think that starts to be an approach that could be workable. So we can see if we can find some examples too that of how communities have done similar things. If there are, I'm not sure that there are, but potential approaches. It's just making sure you think through that in terms of how it's executed. So.
Yeah, I think that sounds. It's along the lines of something that could work. I think that one of the other follow-up questions would be does that unit then remain in the affordable inventory at the 80 to 100 level? And it really depends on the characteristics of the community. And that can be an important part of an affordable housing inventory. So I think that especially over time, those kinds of units are going to be a total bargain 15 years from now. So we just have to make sure it all fits in terms of, but yeah.
Councilmember Waters.
Thank you, Mayor Beckley. I don't know if you were asking for them to model. Yeah,
I was hitting at it.
Well, that's what it sounded like, and that would be real helpful. I agree. If we could see maybe modeled a couple of ways. In the modeling, to have a look at what the estimated impact would be in closing the gap between now and 2035. If you put this, some combination together like fees in lieu, 10% inclusionary zoning ordinance, incentives at 80, incentives at 100, to see it both ways, with or without linkage fees. I don't know, if that's in the mix. It sounds like, are the algorithms for the linkage fees already developed? They're like standard algorithms. You go, let's pull this, or I know that's the purpose of the Nexus study. Right. But you've got to create that each time. Right. Well, with or without a linkage fee. And then length of affordability, right? 10 years rolling, 20, 30. Because there are implications, as I'm learning, for the young family that buys an affordable home, with how long it remains affordable, how we treat that in terms of their own equity that they're going to build and what that means to them as well as to the housing market. It would really be helpful to me if we could see some of that model and then refine what the model would be to say that gets us as close as we can get between now and 2035. And then we know what to monitor year after year, right? We want to see X% of that gap closed over the next 17 years. And we can monitor a year from now. Did it have the impact or not? What kind of adjustments do we need to make?
I like that idea. Council member, or I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem?
Excuse me. Yeah, I suggest we keep going through this, but I just wanted to make a comment to your your payment in lieu. The original ordinance, which was in place, I think, from 1994 to 2011, when it was eliminated, despite the fact that the workforce or the task force recommended only that it be suspended during the downturn. That was actually what has given us all of the land, because most people chose not to build affordable housing. That's what's given us all of Longmont Housing Authority's land that we have used to build on, and now we're coming to the end, the last piece of that land that was provided as cash in lieu. And we did have all of these different things, land donations and partners, which Ms. Sheriff Smith mentioned, which I thought she gave a very good a presentation from the Longmont Realtors Association. So the other thing that nobody's mentioned is a community land trust. That's a good idea. Maybe that's the same as land banking, but I'm not sure it is. And there's a very good example of that in this the Lincoln Institute of what Denver did and why it worked and other things that didn't work about that. You need a manager who actually takes care of that. Otherwise, it just goes haywire. Thank you.
All right, let's keep going.
If I can interject, it might also be helpful to set up some hierarchy in terms of decisions for the council. Does the council want to go with incentives or a mandate? If the council wants to do, okay, and it could be both. You can maintain both programs. And if so, kind of a decision tree.
I actually want to hear from all the council to say,
let's go down the, let's start with the council.
Do you want to do the mandate and the incentive approach? Just so we can, we need clarity so that we can bring the models in.
Let's see, it's 10:15, so let's start with Councilmember Peck, and why don't we just go down the row, and we can each express our opinion regarding mandate and or incentives.
Thank you. I think we should do both, with the incentives being part of our zoning and processes, fees, other things that we're looking at to make it more amenable to actually build. So I think we should do both.
So I'm going to change process here. Is there anyone here who disagrees with what Councilmember Peck just said? Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I am not in favor of mandates. I do think they come at a high risk. I think they increase the cost of housing overall. I think they do not give us our workforce housing, which is what we really need. I think it limits development in the community. That's the reason I asked if you had any data about that, because that's what happened to us before. And I don't want to see that happen again. And I do think it limits our economic growth. So I'm not in favor of mandates.
Okay, Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I am in favor of mandates. I am specifically in favor of adopting a 12% goal of affordable units, largely enforced through a mandate at the below 80% of AMI unit level. I strongly favor some kind of an exemption for the mandate for people who are succeeding in bringing housing stock to market at the 80 to 100% of AMI affordability level, maybe even 110. because we want to build to make that level of housing availability into an industry that works in Longmont, and that means probably the rehabilitation and reuse of infill stock as well as for new development. And that's going to be, we need to have a mechanism that can be tuned to do that. We know that we have at least some creative developers that accept the challenge of getting that done. So we want to enable that. But at the same time, I think we need a formula, a model, an algorithm that puts getting a real shot in the arm, a real boost to the inventory at the low end fast, and probably using our land stocks, using our trying to leverage our affordable housing fund. But we need to get and figure out how many units we need. We need 50 units, we need 100 units by October, at the very low end as rentals. So if we're talking about what's the formula goal for a plan, not just of what our mandate should be, but how we apply it and how we create incentives. And I think Envision Longmont and the zoning is really going to do most of them. Fix the density requirements and all of that stuff. And I think those are the basics of a formula that we need. We need put a little downward pressure on prices. Incent our cooperative developers to produce good housing stock, good workforce housing stock, and make that attractive to them as we can. But overall, make this a progressive kind of thing. If somebody's wanting to build Rainbow Ridge, he needs to pay for a lot of affordable units to do that, because those things, that kind of housing is, and we have enough of it in Longmont already to last us a good time. Okay, that's me.
I guess my thought, actually, yeah. Do you want me to go last, or do you want me to keep going through? All right. I guess my thought echoes back to what Councilmember Waters said. Kind of taking some of my thoughts and putting voice to it, which was, I think I'd like to see some modeling, and specifically what my gut tells me is, I can count to 4, and this time I'm counting to 5, so I'm going to say both. But when I say both, I really think that the mandate should apply to the 80 to 120% of workforce, because I think that's a good compromise. I think the market is starving for it. I think that if you give them incentives and a mandate to build it, I think that they would do so. And then I also think that you could use the LHA general fund as well as the marijuana tax to maybe focus on supportive and elderly housing, like the traditional LHA units that are being built currently. That's I guess if I could, my gut kind of tells me that that's what we'd want, but then again, what the hell do I know? So I'd really like to see some modeling, and while we're at it, I'd also like to see some of the other ideas that have been expressed by other council members, because I really can't vote without having the data and knowing, if that makes sense. So how's that? Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, as we know, this is, moving target. So are we going to go through, and are we still on question 1? I think we're just discussing question 1, right?
I thought we were just trying to give consensus to staff.
Yes, for that. So that's question 1. So my vote would be for both incentives, which we've had for 3 years and have gotten nothing, but incentives with the mandate. And I would suggest that the mandate be for 61 to 80% of the AMI for sale, and 50% for and below for rental housing. And that's where we should begin to concentrate, and we can work our way up to workforce housing.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I am a both. I'm in a both camp. I just want to talk specifically about incentives, though, at the moment. I believe that there's a possibility that we might even be able to strengthen some incentives to actually get the affordable housing built or properly dispersed throughout these developments as they come through. Because as the gentleman came up here earlier, oftentimes we seem to see some of these programs kind of be economically segregated from some other areas, and so proper dispersion is also important to me. And I think that would be most adequately addressed through even maybe stronger incentives for people who are building to disperse it within a development with no particular, ability to discern the difference between them.
Councilmember Waters.
I'm a both fan as well. I would maybe add two thoughts to the idea of the modeling that we're going to hopefully see. That in the modeling, that you would do some forecasting of what the impact will be in closing the gap over between now and 2035. If with this package, it's not an exact science, but here's what the impact on the gap would be with this mix. Is that possible? And whether or not we achieve that's a lagging indicator, right? A 1,000 affordable homes on the market would be a lagging indicator. There are some leading indicators of success or not that we ought to be paying attention to. So what should we be looking at in the first year or 18 months or 24 months that it's going off the rails, or that we're having the kind of traction we want to have? Because ultimately we'll see the housing units if we're successful. But if we're not, if something's going wrong, we ought to be paying attention to that early and what adjustments we ought to be making in real time. That we have slowed development down, or we've accelerated it, and we have or have not put the pressure on pricing that Councilwoman Martin was talking about. The other piece of this would be, and I've been observing the discussion about land code updates, and these folks have had their heads way further into it than I'm. Just have been a casual observer for most of this. But if you two have specific recommendations in that land code that we ought to be paying attention to that aren't already codified, right, or proposed, that would have an impact. Like Denver said, I'm not suggesting 16 stories, but I did hear Wendell talk about, six floors creates options that four floors don't for developers in terms of workforce housing. So what is it that we ought to be making certain in the code we pay particular attention to if it's going to have an impact on our success here, right? So.
Councilmember Peck, did you still want to say something?
I do. Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I would like us to define workforce housing because as I'm listening to this discussion, the 100 to 120% or the 81 to 100, Mayor Bagley says is workforce housing, whereas the 51% to 80% is also workforce housing. So when we give these incentives and mandates, as far as I'm concerned, this is all people working. This is not about homelessness. So my question is, when we're talking about workforce housing and mandates, I think we need to actually define, are we talking about the high income workforce? Are we talking about the middle income workforce? What are we talking about here? And that's really important to me. I also think that we need to actually go with the recommendation that Kathy said of focusing on the 61 to 80% first and see what we can get with that modeling. And are you going to model mandates with and without incentives and mandates with incentives? Because we're talking about two different options here, and I want to see what both of them give us. Okay, thank you.
I guess, just trying to move us along. So I moved that we actually ask staff to create some models, some modeling based on the various options they've heard from council, and then bring back your recommendations relying on your own expertise, EPS, and then giving us something to work with. All right, we don't.
So,
Okay.
I think there's going to be some more questions that we're going to need for the modeling that we're going to need answered. But to give you an example of how I would see the modeling work itself out is one scenario would be you incentivize. I mean, you took me off of that chart.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But you incentivize the 81 to 100. You mandate the 61 to 80.
Yeah.
That's one model that you would look at. Then you would drop off the incentivizing on it, and then taking the because I heard this woven in the conversation, but it's also, well, if somebody's going to voluntarily build 81 to 100, then, and while there's issues with it, is, well, if you upfront the expense on the payment in lieu, and then they come back and show, well, it's sold within that category, then operationally it may be easy. Now, woven into all of this, we're going to have to also evaluate our development revenue because, you know, that impacts our operational arm in our development process to say if we provided incentives for development fee waivers in the 81 to 100, what's going to be the financial impact operationally on the other side of it. So we will be, so on that one question, I could see that as almost 4 different options. What I needed to hear from council is what are you interested in general, and what I heard is both.
Yeah, and I guess the reason I made the motion now is I'm looking through these questions. We either heard council have consensus. I mean, you already know where we're going based on, you know, the conversation we had with the developers, because we answered a lot of those questions already. And then the other thing is there's some of these questions that we all have opinions but don't really know. I mean, for example, tell us what the percentage should be, meaning what would the market bear? Because I mean, or new construction versus redevelopment. You guys are the experts and know the cost to redevelop versus, I mean, heck, put it on everything.
Well, I think the new construction and redevelopment is a question we need to engage in with council, because when you look on the redevelopment side, there are expenses that occur with redevelopment that don't occur with greenfield development.
But that's what I mean.
And so, if you're interested in either or on that question, we will model it either or. But there's also a separate component to it because it's really dependent on what it is.
But that was my point. That we all, I mean, if we can afford it, put it on everything. But you guys are the experts and you know the problems that come along with putting it on redevelopment.
So,
I'm sorry.
I just want to say, we were intending to recommend that we come back with the redevelopment part, if we're ready to move forward, to put it on the greenfield, and then let us look more closely at the redevelopment based on Envision Longmont and the goals that we want to achieve with the redevelopment in the areas of change. It may or may not make sense to have it at the same level or a different level, so.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Maybe I could clarify the last thing I said. I was kind of assuming that our next step was modeling, and when you start to build a model, the first step you take is to define what constraints you want on your model. So when I was talking before, that's what I was doing. I was saying, I think we need this constraint and that constraint and that constraint. Okay, so we intuitively believe that we need some really affordable rental units soon because we've got people who lose their existing housing and can't find anything to build. So that should be a constraint on the model, that the city's affordable housing fund should be used that way. We can control that and we can do it fast. Say that's a constraint on the model. Then we want to look at the demand in the inventory and figure out which tiers we need to favor. That's what I was trying to say. And given that, you know, if we're allowed to then go through the rest of these questions and thereby define the constraints on the model, then I would like to second Mayor Bagley's motion.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess the question becomes, so we're not here all night, what do you need from us in order to come back with a solid couple of options for an inclusionary zoning model?
So I think what I heard, the question number one, what level of AMI are we trying to hit? That's going to be covered in the model. We'll take a look at that in a number of different ways. We'll be bringing back information on number two, which is where to apply it. I don't know that that needs to be modeled, but we can take a look at it. But planning and development has pulled together those figures and how many units fall into each of the categories. So we can include that and shift that over. The percentage of housing to be required, number three, somewhere between 10 and 12 is what I'm hearing. We can model up to 15 if you want, or if you're pretty sure we only want to go to 12, then 10 to 12, that'll help narrow things and focus things, 10 to 12. Good. We'll do 12.
We'll model both
Right.
10 and 12.
New construction versus redevelopment. Again, what we had intended to recommend was that we impose it on new construction first, take a look at redevelopment, particularly after the development code is updated and we know a little bit more about what that's going to look like. Period of affordability, that's really more on the home buyer side, so that's something that could wait, but if you have an opinion on that, I'd like to know if you're more interested in the lower level and building equity for folks, or in the permanent level, so we don't have to come back and keep doing this and replacing units year after year. So that would be good to hear some feedback on. The options to providing on-site, these were all in the prior program. They're pretty much what we heard from the developers, I believe. So I don't know, other than 6B, that we necessarily need too much direction tonight on that. It probably would be, well, I don't think we even need to know, but think about quadrant, census tract, mileage, if it's done off-site. And then the whole credits thing, we heard definitely you wanted to explore that. We're going to have to do more research on that. Not many communities do that, so it's probably going to be looking at other models and how it might apply, like transfer development rights or some of the other credit models that have been used for other things. We want to be progressive. Does that make sense, and does that help? So any opinions on the
I guess Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. In terms of the period of affordability, I hate to always be the introducer of complexity, but honestly, I think we should have a range of options there, because there are different goals depending on the duration of affordability, right? There are people who are, based on their income growth potential, their credit worthiness, I don't know, there's a bunch of measures, but there are people who need to be protected more from the risk of loss in their housing investment, and then people who need to be protected less. And the other side of that coin is how much the city needs to continue to invest in keeping there to be an affordable inventory, because you have to invest less if all of your affordable inventory is permanently affordable, but then you don't have as many opportunities for building equity as you become more responsible as a homeowner. So I think it needs to be varied.
So we can take a look at that, and legal may have to chime in, because I'm not sure if you can impose a requirement and then have different benefits, I guess, for a subsidy.
Well, you know,
if the subsidy's different enough, that may make sense. It's going to make a very complex program, and the capacity to administer it is going to greatly increase.
Oh, and I don't think we should have, like 15 categories. I think maybe we should have 2. But whether you can do that legally, it seems to me, I live in the Quail Ridge neighborhood. It has some habitat houses in it. And it happens that the only small ranch-style units in, freestanding houses in there were habitat houses. And that meant that I could not buy one of them because I didn't need affordable housing. So I had to buy a unit with an upper floor instead to get to live in that neighborhood. Okay, but that's the, you know, that seems to mean that based on wealth, creditworthiness, et cetera, you can, in fact, pick and choose who gets the subsidy. I don't think that should be a question.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Once again, if you look at this inclusionary housing that we got January 23rd from the National Community Land Trust and Lincoln Institute for Land Policy, they recommend a best practice of at least 20 or 30 years, because otherwise you're recreating it forever and ever. People have the opportunity, people who are living in subsidized housing do not get as much when they sell, that is true, but they are benefiting by living in subsidized housing for perhaps 30 years. So they have the opportunity to save their money and invest their money, and that is how they get equity and are able to profit by living there. And the community profits by continuing after they leave to have affordable housing that they don't have to start all over again for. So I would vote for 25 years or 30 years.
Councilmember Peck?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. The Longmont area realtors made a very good point the other day when we were talking that the workforce housing on the lower end of the workforce actually needs rental property. So what you were discussing before about the rental and it's very difficult to have any kind of inclusionary on rental property. Could you come back with figures on those options that, and it was too much information at the time you mentioned it, other ways that we could keep the rental stock as affordable or put it in the affordable inclusionary? I would like some data on that and options.
Councilmember Waters?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. To question 6B, you did want some direction on 6B or not?
Sure.
So of those options, off-site same quadrant provides greater options in terms of, or it doesn't necessarily create more concentration of affordable units, more flexibility or options for developers if it's the same off-site, same quadrant versus census tract or within a certain mileage?
So same quadrant, yes. So it keeps it in the same area of the city if they do it off-site. Census tract are smaller, so that would
You'd
narrow.
have higher concentration.
Mm-hmm, the focus. I don't know necessarily concentration's the right word, but it limits their ability to provide it off-site, which may be what we want. And a mileage is, one community at least had to be within a quarter mile of the site or a half mile of the site, which in some instances may be smaller or it might be much broader, depending. We had quadrant before, and what it does is it keeps it in the same area of the city, so you're not offsetting housing that's being built in southwest Longmont and they're moving the affordability into the northeast section. So it keeps it in the same area.
Yeah. So my preference would be off-site, same quadrant.
Harold?
And that's what I was going to talk a little bit what you said. Concentration's a double-edged sword. So you want flexibility. Keeping it in the quadrant keeps flexibility. If you just said you can move it anywhere, then you run the risk of actually creating concentration somewhere else. And so.
And I just wanted to answer the period of affordability. My thoughts. I think that it depends. So I mean, you've got habitat that it might be 10 years because the land is donated, but the people who own the home are putting in sweat equity and building the home themselves. And then there's certain rules that Habitat uses for how much equity you can keep, but Anything in addition to that has to be given back to Habitat so they can continue building affordable homes. I think also in general that, at least it would be my preference, if this is the road we're going down, which I'm on the sleigh ride, you know, I think that we don't want to put this same problem on another council in 20 to 30 years. I think we want permanent affordable housing stock if that's possible. And so
that's our goal.
Right. And so, I mean, having to have this battle, you know, ongoing, I'd like to only have it once. And so if at all possible, I'd like it to be as permanent as possible, but I think that the overall goal that goes along with it depends is that I think the real goal here is to provide housing for people who want to live in Longmont because they're working here. And that's a roof over their head. It's not necessarily that we're building their bank account. It's not necessarily that we need to provide homes for people that will work here. And whatever that looks like I said, I mean, you guys are the experts. I don't know what it would look like, but I think the overall goal would be permanent as possible. It depends. Bring us back some modeling. Councilmember Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. As far as the period of affordability, I'm definitely a not less than 20 years guy. I would like to move towards permanent if possible. In that concept, so we're not constantly flipping or losing stock as well as time passes. And just a quick comment on equity, because I do believe in an appreciation cap. It was on a previous slide, but it kind of relates to what we were talking about as far as those options. An appreciation cap, because I do think that there's a couple different concepts of building equity outside of just real estate values going up, such as the fact that if you're moving out of rental, being a renter and moving into home ownership, you're getting to keep more of that money in concept than if you're just renting. So in that concept, you could be building equity. If your housing burden or your housing cost burdens possibly go down due to the affordability factor, then you're keeping more money again per month, and therefore you could possibly be saving it or putting it in some other concept of equity. And so that's why I'm okay with appreciation caps on permanently or deed restricted housing. As far as with the off-site and same quadrant, I'm a quadrant guy because not all quadrants of Longmont are built equally with the amount of available greenfield space. And so it might be even necessarily impossible in certain concepts to relocate, you know, or provide some sort of piece of land outside of the quadrant that you're in, because, like I said, not all quadrants are built equally right now as far as how far they've been developed. And so
we have a motion on the table to have staff do some modeling and bring it back to council for further discussion. Do you have? Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's been seconded. So let's go ahead and vote. She already threw it up. Valerie's like, yeah, it's almost 11. You clowns will vote. Thank you, Valerie. Oops. And that passes unanimously? Yes. It passes unanimously.
Sorry. All right. Well, I will get back to you after we have a discussion with EPS what this will take and when we can bring stuff back again.
And we understand that this is important for council and you want it quickly, so.
Yeah, I believe the direction is as quickly as possible, please.
Correct.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Did we actually decide who this was going to apply to? Because previously, we were given a choice between annexation agreements that are not yet approved, rezoning requests where residential use is included in a concept plan, land use amendments that include residential uses, or concept plan amendments that include residential development. And so that's question 2, and I would vote for all of them. I think it should apply to that and redevelopment.
Can you say that one more time? The list? Yeah. Where at? Oh, so you're saying that it should apply to all 4 of these? So, okay. All right, so annexation agreements, rezoning requests, land use amendments, and concept plan amendments. Think of it that way instead of first and final plat?
So,
Okay.
we think we got direction that on all the discretionary actions to apply it.
Last time,
On the discretionary decisions.
Right.
And then the,
at the January 30th meeting, I thought we got direction that we should apply it immediately on all the discretionary ones, which are basically negotiated.
That would maximize what you want, basically. It would minimize
So
what I want.
those could move forward.
I know. Just being honest.
That I needed tonight? Yeah.
yes.
Thank
All right,
you.
so Councilmember Peck?
Never mind.
I see some questions is.
Nobody's in queue.
Okay.
So, all right, how long will this next piece take?
2 hours. Aaron, we think it'll take 15 minutes.
Okay.
We do need
right.
to have this conversation tonight, or if we don't have it tonight, we will fall off schedule.
Yeah, yeah. So I move that we actually continue the meeting till approximately 11:10.
Well, you're putting the pressure on.
Well, they said 15 minutes. I say we hold them to it. They said 15. So far, you know how many times I'm sitting there thinking while we're hearing a presentation, dang, I should have given them a time limit before they started.
Right up there, the first, yeah, that one.
All right, so let's, as long as it takes. All right, let's go ahead and vote. As long as it takes.
No, no. Oops, sorry, did I just do that?
I did it.
Oh, jeez.
Moving us along.
That was unanimous. Man, this mayor thing's just changing.
All right, are you ready for us?
Mayor, council, real quick.
Oh, sorry.
I need to step out and catch them to talk about timelines before they leave, so.
Can we, all right, let's take it.
Was that?
Yeah, say it was, I think it was Joan. Yeah. All right, let's take a 2-minute break. We all did.
All right, we're gonna zip. Don's so excited.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Brian Schumacher with Planning Development Services, Aaron Fosdick, also with Planning Development. So we're going to be brief. We just have primarily one question, kind of policy-related question. It's kind of a carryover from, yeah, exactly. It's a carryover from the February 6th discussion on kind of that residential compatibility height transition. And Aaron will touch upon that. I just wanted to talk for a minute or two about some of the discussion that we had with the Planning Commission last week on the items that are in your packet. But before I do that, just wanted to touch a little bit about the pending schedule for the code update. I know we're kind of on a tight time frame. And so after tonight's discussion, the goal is that we will have a consolidated draft based upon our prior discussions and our prior discussions with the Planning and Zoning Commission out early next month. And then after that, we're planning to host a community meeting prior to the meeting that we'd have for consideration by the Planning and Zoning Commission in later part of April for a recommendation to City Council on the adoption of the Development Code update. And then we'd be looking at coming back to Council in May for adoption of the code. So that said, in your packet are 5 different chapters, maybe 6 different chapters. And so we discussed this with Planning and Zoning Commission last week, and for the most part, they were in general agreement with the direction we were headed with respect to each of these chapters. Some of them were updated fairly recently. For example, the development procedures a couple of years ago in 2015, we did some amendments. So, you know, the more substantive amendments are outlined in the communication. Unless council has questions or wants to provide us with any recommendations, we are ready to move forward with those chapters as they're drafted.
I guess the only thought that I had is one, I'd like, have you had, just like you go out and you have citizens and constituents, and you talk to them about what kind of parks they want and what kind of roads they want, and have we had a meeting with the developers to make sure that we're responding to those concerns that we basically heard from them that Kevin Mulshine vocalized, which was fix the development code, fix the design code, make it a process that we're not stuck in development hell for 3 years at a time.
We're ready to go to 12 stories.
All right, yeah. No, but I mean, but
no, I agree. No, we've had a number of meetings with different development interests in terms of recommendations to align with the envision plan, make sure that we've got the densities in alignment, what we're trying to achieve in terms of mixed use, flexibility, predictability in terms of our process. And so all of those we're trying to incorporate as part of this update so that, you know, obviously we understand that time is money and we want to make things more predictable. And
I know that's what you want, but have you had that, will the developers say, oh yeah, we've given our input, it accomplished what we were hoping it would accomplish? Not that we work for them. I'm just saying that have they read it and given feedback? Because I read it and it's like Chinese.
Yes, they have.
Okay.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Christensen?
I have a couple of questions. Microphone. I have a couple of questions. There are 2 questions I have about changes that I don't really, I'd like to just hear your point of view. Under nonconformities, you're consolidating the 3rd bullet point, consolidate the nonconforming use section on enlargement and expansion and change the review body from the Board of Adjustment to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Why are you recommending that, or who is in?
So we feel that the Planning and Zoning Commission, I mean, the Board of Adjustment does not deal with uses on a regular basis. And it's pretty rare, actually, that they deal with uses. They deal with dimensional standards, such as setback variances, but it's pretty rare that they ever talk about what appropriate uses in zoning districts and potential expansion of a non-conforming use in a particular zoning district. We felt that from a policy decision and just making a decision regarding appropriate uses in terms of non-conforming uses in a zoning district, that the Planning and Zoning Commission would be a more appropriate body to make those determinations.
Okay. When someone, for instance, me building my garage years ago, it varied by 2 feet. And I had to go before, I thought it was the
Board of Adjustment.
Board of Adjustment.
Right.
It took me a year and a half. And it was just 2 feet of difference. So would everybody who has an appeal be going like that where it's a slight nonconformity have to go before planning and zoning?
So staff has the ability to make some determinations in terms of minor or administrative modifications to a certain extent. If council would like to give staff more authority, we can certainly consider that as well to kind of expedite that process. But we currently have that ability to make determinations to a certain extent on administrative modifications.
Okay.
But if it's over a certain threshold, then it
Yeah.
goes before the Board of Adjustment or Planning and Zoning Commission, either as a variance.
Okay, and that does kind of make sense, I think, because they do deal with broader issues, and well, there are other reasons why that might be a good thing. The other change that I noticed had to do with adding the historic preservation to the land code. And having been on the Historic Preservation Board, and I'd like to hear from Councilman Rodriguez, they're the ones who asked for that? It seems to me a little, is this sort of standard of what other communities do? Because to me it might be a little strange to add this to, a little restrictive to add this to the Land and Development Code.
So I will say that our review and discussion is a little bit behind in terms of the schedule of the rest of the Land Development Code in terms of rolling the historic preservation portion into the code updates. So that may lag our overall code update, and we may just kind of put that on hold for a month or two until we have the rest of the code update. But it is fairly typical for communities to have historic preservation as part of their zoning or development code. It may be more of a standalone chapter, but it provides more visibility in terms of that historic preservation efforts that you have in your community. Obviously, there's different boards that approve different things with respect to historic preservation, but it is fairly typical.
And it might give it more force. I know that that's been a constant problem, that they feel that they're completely disregarded, and in fact, that has been what City Council has often done. So it might clarify things for people who are coming to the city and have historic buildings to just have it be part of the code.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right, with that, let's go ahead. No, just kidding, Councilmember Martin. I wouldn't forget you. Go ahead.
I'm not sure you get a thank you for this one. Okay. Freely admitting that because of the call volume regarding prairie dog torture and murder, I have not studied these packet pieces as much as perhaps I should have this week. I've been concerned about changes related to sustainability, and also it's also something that the developers have requested with regard for amount of open space and amount of trees and things like that, so it speaks both to the cost of development and to sustainability. But do we have anything like xeriscaping incentives and stuff like that built into this anywhere?
We don't currently, but we've been having discussions. Staff has. There's another component of the code that's referred to as the design standards and construction specifications that addresses kind of improvements in the public realm streets, parks, greenways, things of that nature. And that hasn't been updated since 2007, and I know there's an interest in updating that as well. And we've been having conversations with our Public Works and Natural Resources staff that when that is updated, that we want to look at incorporating xeriscape standards, which we really don't have in our landscaping standards right now. And then other sustainability standards that we could also potentially utilize once those design standards and construction specifications are updated, that we could utilize those and amend the landscaping standards that apply to private common areas as well. So that may be kind of one of those parking lot items that we wait until we have the design standards and construction specifications updated. But we are, with this update, looking at areas where we can encourage or require, for example, ground cover, different options for ground cover in terms of, instead of perhaps, Kentucky bluegrass or things of that nature.
So I guess that the abbreviated answer is it's not in this batch, meaning it's not going to be done in May. Is that an accurate takeaway?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Martin, I think it is important to mention that part of the updates to the development standards do include some of the things that I know you talked about with the development community. So you may recall from the February meeting, we talked about revising the landscaping and open space sections to reduce the percentages and kind of calculate things differently. We are talking with Public Works and Natural Resources and the Environmental Services Group about if there are specific changes we can make that better address some of the sustainability concerns, even in advance of these design standards. So they'll be probably more limited than what we ultimately might recommend once those design standards are updated. But we are trying to work with them to see if there's some things. For example, one thing that we've met on recently is language around solar facilities, and we've noted that our code is really kind of out of date, and so we're looking at inserting some different language that gets us more in line with ground-mounted and roof-mounted facilities and what we want to encourage. So there are some things that we're looking at based on discussions around the sustainability plan with Public Works and LPC, but some of it will come later. So we're tackling some of it, but stay tuned for some of it as well.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Waters.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Well, two questions, I guess. Being again, I get to being the new guy. How many meetings do I get to?
You've been coming to meetings for 6 months. You are not the new guy. You're automatically the old guy.
To what degree the memo from the East Side Preservation Group and their specific concerns with respect to how they're going to be treated in the code update? To what degree will their recommendations be reflected, or are they? I don't think they are. What we read, to what degree will they be in a final draft of this, would be one question. The second really is a question for the council more than for the staff. As I listened to the discussion during the original study session or work session, and then when this team brought the second iteration of the update to the council, I kept listening, and this is maybe just my naivete. I've read Envision Longmont, and it's great work, and I realize this is the translation of Envision Longmont into a new land code update, or an update of the land code. But I've kept listening for what's going to be different now. What's the vision that the council has for what Envision when Envision Longmont is translated into the code? What do you expect to see? What do we expect to see? And how does this update get us there? I mean, they've done great work with the details. I'm more curious as a new council member. So what? They've done a great job with the what. What I'm interested is the so what once it's adopted. So what? What are we going to see that's different, better, more sustainable, right? What's the big picture? And have you already had that conversation? And I wasn't there, and I'm just trying to catch up with everybody. But for me, that's an important question in all this. because it might guide me towards what are the right details I ought to be looking at. But if I don't have the bigger picture, I'm not certain what details to be focused on. And I don't want to just focus on the details to focus on the details. Because they've done really good work, and I don't want to pick any of that apart.
Well, there goes my goal of getting out of here by 11:15. Everybody's in the queue. Yeah, new guy? Councilmember Peck, let's start with you.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley, and thank you, Councilman Waters, for bringing that up, because I have wanted to have council have a discussion about using these tools of Envision Longmont, of the sustainability plan, of economic development, of Advanced Longmont, in a vision of what do we as council want to see for our city. We have LDDA coming with us with this project over here. We have different, I haven't seen it coalesce in a vision. So I think that would be a great discussion I would love to have. And I'm just going to use, for an example, LDDA's transition that they want to do. And I understand that, but I feel like we need a bigger vision of how we want the development of our business community to be. For example, we're focusing on this little area with Kimbark and upsetting people when we have from 9th to 23rd that really can use the height density, can use the commercial, what Jessica was asking us for, some commercial manufacturing or high-tech office space that people are looking for in order to relocate here. And that's what I would like to see council sit down and say, where can we look at using the tools we've got to get what LEDP needs, to not infringe upon neighborhoods, but still get what we need without impacting the historical sides of both. And I think I would like to have that conversation. So thank you for bringing that up, because then that would direct our codes as well.
Councilmember Rodriguez, you're last in the queue, but you're well, I mean, just, yeah, you speak less than all of us, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I guess I kind of maybe look at it holistically different in the concept that I believe once we adopted the Envision plan, that I use that as kind of my baseline guide for when I'm approached in all of these various conversations, whether it's LDDA or whether it's the zoning updates or whether it's when we're talking about inclusionary zoning. You know, I try to look at that as kind of my Bible, if you will, for trying to make decisions for the best direction of Longmont, because in concept, that's what we laid out as the best direction for the city of Longmont. And so I just kind of always keep that in the back of my mind of, depending on what we're talking about, on what the Envision plan says, and, you know, or what we're saying when we're talking about inclusionary zoning, does that actually fit with the spirit of Envision? I think there could be some, you know, discussion on it, but at the overall end of the day, I believe Envision does talk about the need for mixed, you know, a variety of different types of housing, as well as affordable housing and things like that. And so that's how I kind of use Envision Longmont when I'm thinking about things at the city council level. And maybe you guys come at it from a different process, and that's great. We all have different processes. We're different people. But I think that's, you could look at it both ways, as we could try to formulate some sort of overarching, you know, strategy that could fit into Envision, or when decisions come to us, we use Envision as kind of our baseline. And that's just a part of the discussion, I suppose, but that's kind of how I look at it. So,
Marcia Martin, Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley.
You're welcome.
I think that some parts, to sort of answer Councilmember Peck's question, some parts translate very directly into a vision. Things like we want denser, more walkable neighborhoods. We want to foster multimodal transportation. Those things seem to come directly out of the parts of the code updates that I'm familiar with. and seem like they're going to work well. The reason that I asked about sustainability is because that part of the vision was not quite as clear to me how the codes enforce it, and I do want them to. And then there are some of the things, mixed use in particular, that I think don't emerge as clearly. You know, we all have a vision, I think, of buildings with quaint little shops on the first floor and then housing above that, and you know, apartment buildings with atriums in the middle instead of larger parks, and all kinds of really cool city-fied stuff like that that we would like to have in Longmont. That, you know, I don't know whether those things come out of the vision. And then I also think about a vision as a shape of a city, and I don't think we have that at all. I mean, we have these areas of change, which are the closest approach that we have to it, but I'm waiting for somebody to say, oh, well, let's have some really a lot taller buildings, you know, some 6, 8, 10-story buildings out on the east side of the city where they're not going to upset anybody, because it's, you know, that's as far as we can grow, you know, so that we will put a business, commercial, retail zone as the transition into the high-rise apartment area of the city, and nobody gets hurt by that. And I don't think we have that level of vision for the actual finished sculpture that is built out Longmont, and I would really like to see us do that kind of discussion. So maybe we could put it on a future work session to talk about stuff like that.
It's not my turn yet, but Councilmember Waters brought up an idea, and on Friday we talked about maybe making that a big chunk of our retreat. Oh, yeah. So let it be noted on the record that Councilmember Martin said that my idea was great. Councilmember Finley? Happens all the time. All the time.
So noted. Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I think Envision is our vision, but it was put forth by our citizens and then put into an awesome piece of work that Aaron did. And but I do think it would be beneficial to have that higher level vision discussion at a retreat. But it would be helpful for staff, I'm sure, to know exactly what you think is missing from Envision as a vision. If there are pieces that are missing or pieces that we need to refine, what are they, so that we could have a more, because our retreats are very, very small and very short. And so if we knew exactly what it is that everybody would like to see in that visioning process, it would be probably helpful to staff.
Mayor Pro Tem Christensen.
I do think if you look at some of the details of this, and I do think we can, after talking to some developers, we can also make some changes. I do think, as Councilman Rodriguez says, it is our vision. It is a vision of better neighborhoods, walkable neighborhoods, and some of the details that have been put into this are like restoring, oh, now I forget I know there's a proper name for it, but I refer to it as the hell strip. So that sort of thing, restoring neighborhoods so they feel like neighborhoods, that small detail is what makes the difference between my neighborhood and Old Town West Side and some of the newer neighborhoods that I've walked around where there are no sidewalks even, or sometimes there is a sidewalk, but if a kid rolls a ball out there, it's going to go right in the street, and the kid will go right out after it instead. And it doesn't feel neighborly. You know, I think that a lot of very careful work has gone into this, and I appreciate those things. And other things like removing some of the cul-de-sacs, it's called double loop, that some developers put in, but it never really worked. So get rid of it. I think those things they're small details, but they actually clean up the city and they make for a more effective neighborhood, and that's the whole thing we're trying to do, I think, is to create really neighborhoods that people love. They can be different, but it's a neighborhood that everybody loves their neighborhood, and then they can go to another neighborhood and they like that neighborhood too. They're distinctive. But I think that a lot of the small details are really good that I've been appreciating as you're bringing them forward. I do think, though, that we need to discuss the transition zones. I think that's a big problem. We have one brave member of the public who stayed, who discussed that, and we've had this be a discussion off and on. I would certainly not want to see this reduced to 50 feet. I would prefer it to stay at 100 feet. But that's just something I think we need to do a little more discussion about, because it is really important going forward. And it is a small area, and we want that little area. That's a neighborhood. The downtown Longmont, which is classic, and the old original neighborhoods on the sides of it. But yes, we need to put some love into the northern part, and we can add big buildings. There are big buildings like the First Bank. There's no reason why we can't add more of those for housing and for office spaces. So I do think that I like all this stuff. My only objection right now is to the transition zone.
I guess my final comments are going to be, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem that I think we need to have a conversation, because on one hand, you know, I mean, this I'm making this statement to make a point, right? But what's so special about the historic East Side? Now, I'm not saying it's not special. What I'm saying is all of our neighborhoods are special. What makes it special is, well, I live in mine, and we all live on our own, and we all think our neighborhoods are special. And so, I mean, I want a transition zone in my neighborhood, right? And I think that's a great idea. But at the same time, if we start going from 4 to 8 levels, which, you know, we may or may not do, it doesn't matter where we put it, people are going to complain. So, I mean, having that conversation and then sticking to our guns and saying this is the direction we're going to go in, whether or not, I mean, we can't have both more dense and less dense unless we figure out a way that we just can't do it. And so you can spread it around, but as long as the more dense is not in my neighborhood, that's all cool. Or East Side, but or the West Side. And so I agree. We need to have that discussion. And then going back to Councilmember Waters' original question, one of the frustrations I have for government, and this is probably more appropriate over lunch or dinner or coffee, and that is we trade off, we trade in order to assure that we don't have tyrants, we trade in our you know, we can be great card for, you know, government mediocrity. And I think that we can come together and do some great things, but I look at it as Envision Longmont kind of as just the template, the instruction manual, as we go into the next stage of Longmont, because we talk about, oh, build out. We're gonna be built out at 120,000. Well, maybe that's true, maybe it's not. I mean, we've got Midtown and Northtown, to not just downtown to tackle. We've got I drive through neighborhoods in Longmont and I just go, God, let's just bulldoze this and build something cool, you know? I mean, so I kind of just look at it as a blueprint that I think it's a great idea to talk about and talk about, you know, where we're headed. I really do think that's a great suggestion. So staff, what else do you need from us in order to come back with a code?
There's just so much good discussion. So
what do you want?
The code update is one tool to implement Envision, and the only remaining thing we really need to talk about with you is the residential compatibility. You'll recall that we started talking about this at your February 6th meeting. I'm not going to go through all the background, but
I move that you make it compatible.
Really, the last question that we had from you all was regarding height transition and transition standards. And the direction that we received from council was to talk to the LDDA before you guys gave us direction. And so we did that. Since we met with you in early February, we have talked with the Downtown Residential Advisory Group as well as the LDDA board. We've also had received comments from the Historic East Side Neighborhood Transition Subcommittee, which you have those in your packet again. And so we're basically at a point where we need direction from you. This is basically depicts what we have in the draft code now, which would be any area that is zoned adjacent to a less intensive zone would be subject to these transition standards. So this would apply downtown next to one of the residential zones adjacent to downtown, but it would apply in other areas too. A residential area next to a mixed-use employment area, a residential area next to the mixed-use corridor along North Main. So it is a citywide standard. You'll see here what we're showing is what's in the current draft. The first 75 feet of any property would be subject to a height limitation that would mirror the adjacent zoning district. So for example, in this example, it's zoning district to zoning district. There's no right-of-way. In this example, there is right-of-way, but basically the notion is for that first 75 feet, you can only go up to 2 stories, and then you could step up to something else. So the 2 questions we have for you are, what is that appropriate transition distance? The current draft has 75 feet. The Historic East Side Neighborhood in their letter has requested a full property width. The DDA is requesting 50 feet. So that's our first question. And then the second question would really be, once we determine what that appropriate distance is for the transition, what could you step up to? In this graphic, you can see that you're stepping up from 2 stories to 4 stories. And so if you remember back to the discussions we had about zoning districts, for example, most of our mixed-use districts, the maximum building height would be 4 stories unless you were receiving some type of incentive, say for affordable housing or mixed-use development. But the Downtown Residential Advisory Group, which I'll refer to as DRAG, not because they are, but just because I like the acronym, suggested that you should only be able to go up 1 additional story. I think the downtown group is recommending that you be able to go up to the full height extent within that zoning district. So those are the 2 things that we're asking. We have a couple pictures just to kind of show you what exists now. This was brought up earlier, I think. This is a Presbyterian church next to a single-family home. So you have kind of the 2.5-story annex next to a 1.5-story single-family home separated by the alley. So it's about 25 feet of separation. You can see in the picture on the bottom the greater height as you look towards Kembark. This is a picture of the Terry Street brownstones. We've talked about this a lot as we've talked about transitions. You can see in the back there the 2-story piece of the project. In the front along Terry Street is the 3-story piece. You do have adjacency next to a single-family residence to the north that's separated by roughly 35 feet. And then this last picture shows the Roosevelt Park apartments, which were recently built. They're 4 stories. They have a 2-story parking garage, so you can kind of see that step down as you move towards Main Street. But also to the north, you can see a single-story. It is not a residential unit now, but it, looks like a residential unit, separated by about 50 feet, which includes a drive aisle as well as a row of parking. So this just gives you kind of an idea of what, when we talk about 50 feet, when we talk about 4 stories, 2 stories, this is some of what we're talking about. So again, here's your options. 2 questions for you at 11:30 on a Monday night. And, kind of weighing, obviously, the DDA is requesting something smaller. The Historic East Side is requesting something larger. Our draft is somewhere in the middle. I think the drag was somewhat consistent with our recommendation, although they recommended only being able to step up 1 story. So that's really what we're looking for from you tonight. And we'd be happy to take any questions.
That's right on the mayor. It's 11:30. I'm this close to just turning into a pumpkin. All right, Marcia Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I have to say, I was in the downtown development, DDA, when they were discussing this, and it really was a tug of war. I mean, they were thinking up all kinds of reasons to make that 75 feet less. And, yeah, and as the HENA people were, let's think up all kinds of reasons to make it a lot more. And I think you guys split the difference pretty well, and I feeling a little bit Solomon-esque here, you know, would just, yeah, split the baby. Let's not get into splitting babies. I think you guys got it just about right. I would like to say that that maybe the height transition, the number of stories that you can step up is problematic, and I don't know what to say about that, because there's the economic benefits of a 4-story building are so much greater than the economic benefits of a 3-story building that, you know, despite the aesthetic recommendation of it, I kind of hate to rule it out. So I guess I would like to throw that question out and see what people say about it, because other than that, I think 75 feet is probably the right idea, and maybe it should be more if the step up is more stories. That would be one idea that you could consider.
Before I call on the next person, it's 11:30. Would it be possible to have this discussion next time? All right, we'll keep going. Councilmember Peck.
Thank you. Just for clarification, Aaron, didn't we make a regulation, I guess you'd call it, that if you went up to the 4th story, one of those stories would have to be affordable housing? The 4th story, you could only go to the 4th story if it was affordable?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Peck, with Envision Longmont, we had new recommendations for building heights in our mixed-use centers and corridors. And so you may be recalling the affordable housing incentives that you approved in April of last year, which added up to an additional story. And so that would have really been up to that 4th story. But with Envision Longmont and the proposed changes that we're making with this code, we would allow 4 stories in some districts, and then you could get an additional story if you included affordable in your project.
So it would be 5 stories.
You could
then
potentially get 5 stories.
Is that for commercial as well as residential?
That exists in the mixed-use zones as well as the multifamily neighborhood. So we're going from straight commercial zones to creating 5 mixed-use zones. So those would really replace what we have as commercial and industrial today.
I personally would go with the 75 feet. I'm not really crazy about this transitional height because the taller portion of the building, if it's too close to, you did show the one on Terry Street. And the reason that I liked the way that looked was because behind it is parking. It doesn't really abut up to someone's fence line, so it blends really well. And I think that's the complaint that we're hearing, and I don't know how to address that exactly. So I guess we address it with the 75-foot lot, that it's just too close to the abutting neighborhood.
Councilmember Rodriguez. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. My issue with these proposals is they're, I think, a bit too prescriptive to apply to the entire city. So I would well, first of all, I would say that I don't like the 75 feet because not all lots are built the same. They're not all the same. And so I would say one lot length is, that way it could apply to the entire city versus a 75-foot versus 100 versus 50 feet. You know, that could completely encumber an adjacent property in different ways. And then the other thing, as far as the building height, I like to use the term of whatever that lesser intense zoning usage that's adjacent that we're wanting this transition for, to establish what the predominant height is in that particular neighborhood. Let the transition have the next one story up from the predominant height. So if the predominant height of a neighborhood, but they're all ranches, 2-story. If they're all 2 stories, 3 stories. I mean, so it can apply to all kinds of different situations. And if we're even in more dense area of town, if it's 3-story, then you can go 4 stories. I mean, it's dependent on where it is located. And that's why I would want to see it to be slightly less prescriptive than the way you have it written, just to apply to more areas of town. Thank
125 stories, just pyramid. Yes. Because that could be, Mayor Pro Tem Christensen.
Yeah, I do think that Councilman Rodriguez's suggestion is very good, because I have just been thinking of this as a transition zone, but we're talking about transitional housing, I guess. And so that would apply to the whole city. And I do think it has to be 1 story, but it can't, we have to have a definition of a story, because a commercial story, I mean, a story in a commercial building is not the same as a story in a residential house. So I would prefer to have it be measured in feet. Yes, I would say 1 standard story, and we need to define story, so that just whatever it is, 1 story up, but after 75 feet. Otherwise, you really turn it into something that is very unpleasant for the adjacent buildings, in terms of not getting any light, not getting any air moving, all kinds of other problems. So I would go with what Councilman Rodriguez said.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I think what I would do would be similar to what Aaron said, in that I would make it more flexible rather than have a hard and fast rule. If you could have a range. Sorry, words kind of are leaving me at this hour. But if you could have a range rather than having a hard and fast rule, my other question was, what is the length of the alleys in Old Town? What is that distance? I don't even know what that is.
You're talking about the length of the block?
No, the width.
Oh, the width of the lots themselves, or the alleys?
Of the alley.
The alley is 20 feet wide.
20 feet.
Typically. So the lot depths along Kimbark Street, 125 feet. Then with the alley, you got an additional 20 feet, so basically 145 feet.
Okay.
With the alley.
Okay.
So under this scenario, the first half of that would really be subject to this transition. Mm-hmm. And then you'd step up.
Okay. I do think, though, the more flexible we can be in those ranges, the better the code will be, because not everything will fit into that. The lots are different sizes. So I think if you can be flexible in the way you write the code, it will be a better code.
So one suggestion that we had, I think, from the Planning Commission was to look at a percentage of the lot. So for example, the first 40%, 50%, whatever that number is of the lot is subject to the standard, to account for maybe some of those lot differences. We also did have the discussion with them about kind of the averaging of existing building heights. I'll be honest, it's a little bit problematic from an administration point of view, because you can imagine there, for example, are several neighborhoods in Longmont that maybe are built to single story, but they could go to 2-story. So we'd be sort of constraining ourselves with, being less than what would be currently allowed under zoning. I mean, obviously, if that's what council directs us to do, we will figure it out. But from an administration standpoint, in terms of having a code that's pretty simple and having people be able to say, like, what can I do on this property, it becomes more challenging. We have that now with setback averaging in some areas. It becomes more challenging to have to go out and figure out, okay, what is the average height? Let's calculate this. Let's all come to agreement. Then let's figure out what the standard is. So there may be other ways to get to it, but from an administration standpoint, it's certainly easier to have a numeric standard that can be applied.
I guess my thought, again, goes back to I don't know what I'm talking about. So, I mean, there's almost 8 billion people in this world. We are not the first people to build cities. And so, I mean, there are cities and towns out there that have solved this question. And so sitting here and having the discussion about, you know, setbacks and how we're going to transition from one neighborhood to the next, I just like some options, you know. This is a pretty town and this is what they do. Or I went to this conference last year and this is best practices for transition zones. Or that's what I'd kind of like. Because I mean, as much as I mean, it sounds great at 11:45, but I mean, a rolling cascade of just, you know, I mean, if you really play it out, you know, it would just be this rolling, gradually higher, gradually lower. There'd be no skyline. There'd be no downtown that's distinctive. I mean, so I just like to see what other cool towns do. And I mean, there's millions probably of towns in this world that have, you know, different. I just like some options instead of just saying, why not 75 feet and let's do a story, you know, difference. It just sounds simplistic.
So this example is from Lakewood. The image that we've been showing is from Lakewood. Denver has different standards based on the zone that they're in. There, we did have our code consultant look at a variety of options, and this is kind of what came back to us. I think what I've generally heard from council is 75 feet with maybe some minor dissensions may seem reasonable with an additional story after that, but maybe we need to think about a way to build some flexibility into that to account for differences in lots.
Yeah, just,
go ahead. Go ahead. It's a free-for-all. It's 11:45.
Well, I was just to try to you know, illustrate the fact that, you know, there's certain neighborhoods that are obviously predominantly ranch style, regardless of whether it's a 15-foot ranch or a 25-foot ranch, it's still a ranch regardless. It's just possibly different architectural styles. Versus you could go into a neighborhood that's all two-story homes. And to your point, as far as if they have the ability by code to pop the top and make them all two-story homes, eventually that changes the predominant usage of the neighborhood, therefore changing the standards of the transition. So that would be my counter argument too. Yes, they could all go up to 2 stories, and measuring height. Yes, that's prohibitively harder to do than just going and going 2-story, 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 2-story. You know, so that's why I said the predominant use versus a height standard.
And I guess the other question I'd have is if we did 75 feet and they're 125-foot lots. What does that do to the poor soul who's right next to the neighborhood? Meaning, can I build on my lot? Or do I just have a, you know, very, very small sand lot in downtown?
Well, the first 75 feet, you could build 2 stories.
Right. I mean, but what I'm saying is that 75 plus 75 is 150 feet. And so what I'm saying is that rule would make it so you never have a transition zone. I mean, I'm talking about the east side now. They're fairly small lots, right? And if there's 75 foot setback.
So it's not a setback. It's basically the first 75 feet could only be 2 stories. So you still can build on that portion of the lot. You're only allowed to build what the adjacent zone height limit is. And so let's say you have a 125-foot lot For the first 75 feet, you can build 2 stories, and then for the remaining 50 feet, you can build 30.
I'm thinking the other way. You're building towards downtown. I'm building towards the motherland, out east. You know, that's where my heart is. But yeah, so I mean, I'm saying that as you're going east, there's no multi-story buildings to build up to.
So let's say, for example, I mean, it's really between more intense and less intense zones, but let's say that you have the regional center that's at Highway 119 and County Line Road. Let's say you're adjacent to a residentially zoned area that's to the west of you. Really, it's just in reverse. The back portion of your building, the most western portion of your building, needs to be lower, and then you get higher as you move east.
So let's suppose, okay, so I was thinking of redevelopment rather than greenfield. I was thinking of the situation with the LAR building, for example. So the 75 feet, okay, we've got ranches, we've got 75 feet, we build 2 stories. Are we allowed to jump up as much as we want at that point? We'd only go 1 story.
I think that's what we've heard from you, is 1 story seems appropriate.
So we'd never have, I mean, under that theory, then when we go to redevelop the sugar plant, you know, or when we go to, I mean, you're not going to have height.
Well, this would only apply to the 125 feet under the draft regulations. After that, you could go up to whatever is allowed or incentivized. So you could potentially do 6 stories if you're doing vertical mixed use.
75 feet would be 2-story, 3-story for another 50 feet, and then you can go up.
Right.
120 feet or 120 stories.
6 stories, 10 stories,
all right,
whatever
okay, all right.
council wants to allow.
We don't have provisions for 10 stories in the code, though. Let's just be clear, Longmont Observer. No.
I said whatever council wants to approve.
Yeah. Okay, that's I like that. I like that better.
So think of what we're talking about with First and Main and the Transit Center. You have a different set of circumstances there that will allow you to do other things. And actually, when you look at the comprehensive plan and what you all are talking about as council in terms of this vision, that's actually a good conversation to then take into the retreat for you all, where we look at the, I talk with my hands and I get, so that's actually a different conversation that would be really good for the retreat as we look at some of these areas of change and what opportunities we have where you can take those concepts, and that sits that broader. And I've heard that from all of you in different forms and fashions, and so I think that's the offshoot that where we could go look at some of those things.
Okay, so 75 feet, we're allowing 1 story. It's not even the same. It can be 1 story difference. Up 1 story.
After 75 feet.
And then 125 feet. Good luck. Bon appetit. The rest of the lot size, yes. All right. Do you have what you need from this discussion? Do we all agree with that?
Yep, we're good.
Councilmember Rodriguez? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Okay, so that means that as per the drawing, we would have the first 75 feet can only be the height of the adjacent buildings, and then after that, we can only add 1 story.
I thought 70. Were we doing that, or are we going 1 story for that 75 feet?
Well, 1 story. No.
1 additional story.
1 additional story, okay.
The first 75 feet, 2 stories. Beyond that, you can step up to a 3rd story for the next 50 feet, is what we heard.
So that's different than the picture.
For the remainder. Lot. Yeah.
So we're keeping the 75 feet the same, not adding an extra story.
It's the same as the adjacent zoning district.
Just like the picture.
Just like
I think we got it.
I think we're good.
The picture. Are there any other burning comments on this topic? All right, with that, let's move on. Let's go ahead and do final call, public invited to be heard. All right, seeing none, mayor and council comments. Seeing none, city manager remarks. Actually, are there any council members that have any remarks? Okay. City manager remark, actually, Mayor Pro Tem Christensen. You're in the queue? All right, never mind. City manager remarks?
No comments, Mayor, Council.
City attorney?
No comments, Mayor.
All right, we're adjourned. Quick, before somebody...